Welcome back to the Cross Border Interview Podcast. My name is Christopher Brown, and it is election night here in the city of Calgary, but across this great province as well. Sorry, I'm just getting some feedback. I just want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. Everything's live, so things are going to possibly screw up throughout the night, but please bear with us and please stay with us for the next few hours as we cover the election results from here in Calgary, but also across this great province. We are going to be talking and mainly focusing on the ward races tonight, 1 through 14. We're going to be talking about them. We're going to be talking with some great candidates who have put their name forward, but we're also, and I'm just going to make sure I do this correctly here, everyone. We're going to be talking to two great ladies who have graciously accepted donated their time to come in and do this with us tonight. The former MLA for Calgary Bow and the current Calgary representative for Alberta Council, Deborah Drever. Deborah, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And the candidate for school board trustee here in the city of Calgary for Ward 6 and 7, Olga Barcelo. Olga, thank you so much for doing this.
Of course, thank you so much for having me.
Let's start this off, and I'm just going to make sure I get this right here. Election day. You've gone through this. Mm-hmm. This is your third. You've gone through this twice.
Yeah.
How are candidates feeling right now?
Well, for me, election day has always been a weird day. Weird things has always happened to me on election day. Today's no exception to that. I always just felt like it was a calm before the storm. That was just a feeling that I always had. And so actually I remember I was talking to my sister Jennifer about this because she's running for city council in Lethbridge. And so she's always worked behind the scenes as a campaign manager for Nikki Ashton, who's an MP. And but she's never been the candidate. So this is her first experience being a candidate on election day. And I just gave her some tips, just, what I was told is it's your day, just try not to stress too much. You have volunteers to get out the vote, and that's all you can do. Get a massage if you want. Go for a coffee. Go for a walk. Try to ease your anxiety, or just work if that is what occupies your mind. But that's for me. I'm a workaholic, and that's what I did. I worked on election day up until the polls closed and the results started coming. So it's always a weird day for me. But
no, understandable. Olga, this is your first time on the ballot. How are you feeling right now? We are 55 minutes away till polls officially close here in the province. You are in the running to be the next school board trustee for Ward 6 and 7. How are you feeling, and how was your day? Take me through the process of Olga Barcelo's day for trying to keep calm and carry on.
I've been in campaigns where I'm just kind of like door knocking, making calls, like calling to get out the vote, especially all that. So it's a very different perspective that I'm in right now. So today was mostly just like relax, keep calm. I definitely have the butterflies in my stomach and, just kind of relaxing. I treated myself to just like making a nice breakfast and lunch, and that was very therapeutic for me. So.
We have 14 races that we're going to be paying close attention to tonight. And then we're also going to be paying attention to the school board races because if you stay with us, as 6 and 7 school board trustee gets called, we might have some breaking news, and you might be the first to hear the acceptance speech of the next school board trustee here on the Cross Border Interview Live podcast. Throughout the night, we will be having candidates. We have candidates from Ward 12, Ward 8, and then a few mayoral candidates, and also a few school board trustee candidates who are going to be coming in and sitting down with us. Well, not coming in, but coming in and talking to us via Zoom, because that's social media as the world works in today's age. We are all social media. So let's hit the ground running.
Sure.
Ward 1. So I've done great graphics. So you're not going to be able to see us for the next 15-20 minutes because we're going to be going through these, but we're just going to talk about the wards and what we're expecting to happen tonight. So in Ward 1, which is the sort of the northwest part of the riding, which is your old stomping ground as an elected official, we have a lot of candidates who are running. Tom Ananek, Chris Blatch, John Flip, Jacob McGregor, Gaz Kamar, Shauna Sears, Sonia Sharp, Larry Tweedle, and Steve Webb. We had a debate with them This was one of our well-attended debates. We had all but two candidates actually unable to attend, so we had great exchange of ideas. Is there anything you're looking at in this election? Because I see the polls, and I'm assuming you have as well. It's looking to be a Sonia Sharp, Steve Webb election battle. Are you expecting that? Let's start with you, Olga, because we'll go to the person who represented the area afterwards, but for yourself.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So I have family who lives in Ward 1, and just the sign war, it's the big sign war up in that area. It's really interesting because it's a majority, as you said, Sonia Sharp or Steve Webb. And actually, my father met Steve Webb at a gas station randomly a couple days ago, and they had an interesting chat. So that was pretty cool. He's a nice guy, from what my dad said. But,
And
yeah.
Ward Sutherland, former councillor for the area, has announced that he is retiring. So this is an open seat. There's no incumbent here. Does that give anyone a chance tonight, Deborah? Because you would know the best that you can come from behind and win an election, and people might not be putting money on you. So while Sonia and Steve are the odds-on favorite to win tonight, is there a potential chance that there could be a third-party candidate who comes up the middle and takes this riding?
It's a really good question. It's hard to answer that when there's so many candidates, right? But from my experience in that ward, because I represented Bowness, but I know that Tuscany is also part of Ward 1. Ward Sutherland, I believe, lived in Tuscany, so he did have a lot of supporters in that area. Not so much Bowness, unfortunately, just from the feedback that I got from Bonesians. I think his vote was more conservative, more right-leaning. So I think this go around, there's a different... It's not so polarized in this election, I believe. It's more so, people getting out there, showing their face, getting on the doors. That's what resonates with voters, is actually meeting the candidate. And so I do see Sonia Sharp and
Steve Webb.
They're quite active, so I do think that they are the front runners. For a third party,
The third one that I'm looking at, and sorry to interject here, the third one I'm looking at is Tom.
I was going to say Larry.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen him pretty active on the doors, and he does have experience. I believe he was a transit worker, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he does have experience working with in that capacity. And the fact that he's a working class citizen, I think, would resonate with a lot of folks, especially in the Bowness area. So you never know. You never know what's on people's minds.
That's true. True that. Let's head off to Ward 2, which is the current incumbent is Joe Maglioka, who is currently going through the legal proceedings due to the RCMP that was announced probably the late breaking news, one of the late breaking news that was happening in this election. But there are a few candidates in this riding as well. Francis Arana, Joe Maglioka, Serene Singh, Kim Tyers, Theo Van Basu, and Jennifer Wyness. To be up front, Jennifer and Francis were on the show. They actually did come in and chat with me for the show, so just giving you that heads up there. But Maglioka is in trouble, it looks like, tonight. It looks like that he might be going down in defeat, but never say never, because I think a lot of people thought he was going to go down in defeat last election as well. Deborah, what's your prediction here? Because this is a wild card race, because I think a lot of people are looking at it, but...
Yeah, exactly. I think it is a wild card race, but I do think that you are right. I don't think that he will win this go-around, based on the controversy that's happened in the past year with his expenses, and I don't think that voters would respect that. I mean, you want to have an honest council. You want to have someone that would truly represent you and your values, and I don't think that he has those values.
So the potential, the runner-up in the 2017 election was Jennifer Wyness. So she is the progressive, quote-unquote progressive. She was endorsed by Calgary Futures or whatever third party I think it was. And Kim Tyers is the conservative alternative to Joe Maglioka. So Joe is fighting two battles here. Do you think that, and I'll throw it to you, Olga, that while you have two people fighting on both sides, there is a chance, like we just talked about in Ward 1, where you could come up the middle?
Yes, I definitely think so, from what I've seen. Maglioka did have, from a while ago, a strong support within the community that was very well known. But now now with all the controversy that's happened for him, it's not so much as there, but then you have Kim Tyers. So that's pretty tough for them in the conservative vote, right? And then you have Jennifer Weines. So I mean, I think we could have a third person.
And that's why before we talked about this, and I know you guys are looking at the candidates right now, and we're talking behind the scenes, but before the interview, before this live stream started, I asked what ridings we would be looking at, and 2 was one of the ridings, because I think this one is going to be an interesting because of what happened in 4. I think 4 has changed the name of the game for 2, and I say that because I think more people are worried about 4 now and not 2, and we'll talk about 4 here in a few seconds. Let's move on to Ward 3. If my computer speeds up, because it is taking its time, because that's the way it works. This is in the central north area of our great city. This is Jody Gondek's old riding. Jody Gondek is currently running for mayor, and it is a open seat. This is one of the many that are open in this election. And there is a abundance of candidates that are running in this election in that riding. Jasmine Main, the former Olympian who went to Rio 2016, is running. Gubir Najir is running as well, current planning and development director for Rocky View County. Nate Pike, famous podcast host, online personality. Kumar Sharma, former journalist that was attacked a while back. Brent Trenholm, former counselor in BC, is now running. Odds-on favorite are Jasmine, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that if people see her too tied to Jody Gondek, because I know Jody has, I think, publicly endorsed her, this could potentially backfire in her if Ward 3 residents are done with the Jody train. What's your thoughts? Olga, we'll start with you because we started with Deborah last time. Do you think Jasmine potentially could win, or is this... And this is all hypothetical. These polls are not closed yet, and we do not know what's going to be coming in. And I've driven around Ward 3 once in my life, and I didn't see signs.
Fair enough. Thanks for having me answer this first. So, full disclosure, I know her personally because I was involved in Ask Her YYZ, as was she, and a lot of other candidates who are running in this election today. I was there a couple days ago just doing a drive, and I did see signs for her. A lot of really big signs, which is a great thing to see. I think she's been working really hard, door knocking a lot, as has Nate Pike, though. I do know that for sure. So, from what I'm seeing, I mean, polls... You take them with a grain of salt, right?
Our totally unscientific poll that we released yesterday had Jasmine and Nate sort of with a 10-point gap between each other. But our unscientific poll, and I'm going to keep on saying that until the day the world blows up, that it was unscientific. The candidates who were sharing it as real polls, please stop, because it was totally unscientific. It is true. If social media has become a weapon in this election because of COVID-19, and Nate Pike has used it to his advantage, and Jasmine Main has been able to get that social media game up to Nate's level. Deborah, you ran into elections that didn't have social media as active as it is right now because of COVID-19. Have you seen the game of social media have you seen this election being won and fought on social media, or is it becoming more of a, what's the word I want to use here, a sign war?
Yeah, I think since my time as an MLA up until this election, social media has played such a huge role in every election. It could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. It's good for the candidates to get their name out there, to reach out to, people get their news on social media nowadays, and that's just the reality of things.
And podcasts.
And so I have seen Jasmine a lot on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram. As for the other candidates, I can't say the same. But yeah, I think that it does play a huge role.
So I was talking to one of the candidates who came on the show, and signs are being... There's a sign war up in Ward 3 right now, and there are candidates who we have not mentioned who they are thinking are stronger than they are actually letting on, because they're not doing the social media game, they're doing the traditional voting. which I think traditional campaigning of getting out door knocking is still around and still needed, but during COVID, it's a little bit harder. So this riding, I think we're watching all the ridings, all 14 by the end of this night, but this riding is going to be close. I don't think it's going to be the blowout that I think a lot of people are thinking that Jasmine's going to walk away with this one.
Yeah,
But
I think you're right.
now let's talk about the $1 million question and the $1 million man and the police services man, because we are... Oh, that was not the right graphic. I apologize, everyone. There we go. Ward 4. Mr. Sean Chu. Revelation after revelation over the last 72 hours. If there was ever an October surprise in the campaign, this would be it. It was released on Friday afternoon that he inappropriately, as a police officer, touched a 16-year-old girl. He said that he did not know she was 16 years old. Polling had him way out in front. I need to ask this question first before I ask the political question. And don't take offense to this for those who are listening and to the two women in this show. As women, what did you think when you first heard this? Deborah, we'll start with you because I know you have a strong backing of women, domestic abuse.
Yeah.
You authored a private member's bill that passed the legislature while you were an independent member.
Yes.
When you heard this news, what was your first thought?
To speak candidly,
Yeah. That's what we have 4 hours. If you don't speak candidly now, it's gonna be a long night.
Yeah. I was disturbed, to be completely honest with you. He does not have the best track record. I've heard from folks that he has been inappropriate in the past. It's unfortunate that this happened. That's pretty much it.
Should he have continued?
Continued with the race?
Yeah.
No. I don't think so.
I'm going to ask this question. We saw in the federal election, and I got laughed at when I said this in an open forum on Friday, but we saw in the federal election that a candidate in downtown Toronto had the exact same thing happen. 72 hours before the election, it came out that he had sexual... while he was in the military, there were sexual allegations towards him. He didn't drop out, and he still ended up winning. He has gone on to say that he's going to continue fighting, and he's going to represent the people of his riding the best of his ability. If Sean Chu wins tonight, and I'll go with Olga on this one, if Sean Chu does pull this off tonight, which it could still happen because he is well-liked before this whole happened, and a lot of people got out an advance vote. If he wins tonight, do you see a path to him staying on as councillor, or do you think the public outrage will be so big that he will have to resign?
I think he will stay probably for a little bit, to be honest with you. He might even try and kind of rectify the situation by saying he's going to be learning more, do more as a typical person in politics as they would. That's kind of the go-to. That's from what I've seen in politics, where people are accused of this and are discovered that it's actually true, the allegations. They sometimes try and make an effort to change. But to be honest, I mean, as a woman myself, I think with anyone who's accused of sexual assault, sexual misconduct, I think it's disgusting. It is traumatizing. I mean, a trigger warning for anyone here listening to that, because sexual violence is a really big problem. A lot of my friends have been sexually assaulted, too many, and that's a problem. And I think there will come a time when the public outcry will be pretty loud. Like, this is not okay. We can't have people like this representing the city in any capacity.
I agree wholeheartedly on that. DJ Kelly, who is the sort of the main challenger to Sean Chu, put out a statement after this allegation came out where he didn't make it political. He said, if you know someone, contact this resource in Calgary. So I do believe, like you just said, that this is a triggering moment, and a lot of people looked at this and said, I can't believe we've had someone on council for almost 7 years who has done this to a 16-year-old girl. And it's inexcusable to even utter the phrase, I didn't know she was 16. What age is appropriate to assault somebody? Sean Chu. That's the question I want to ask. And if he ever comes on the show, that's the question I would be asking, because he needs to address the fact that he has said that if she was older than 16, and it just came out today, actually, CTV just broke the news that he brought her back to his own apartment and held a gun during this whole thing. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
CTV broke it. If you go to CTV Calgary, I would highly recommend you do that because it was horrendous what the report had actually alleged that he had done. We could go on for a while, but let's go to 5 because we're going to be taking a break here for a second. Ward 5, which is Northeast, which is literally hop, skip, and jump from where we are broadcasting live tonight. We are in 10 FYI, so we'll be talking about 10 here in a few minutes, but Ward 5. Councillor George Chahal is now MP George Chahal. He is out of the race. He was running until July when Justin Trudeau tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey, come run for the Liberals. And he said, sure. This is an open seat. Aryan Sadat, Tudor Dinka, Raj Diwali are the semi people who people might know. Stan Sidhu is George Chahal's former assistant while he was chief of staff during his time as a councillor. So people know these names. This is going to come down to who knows who, because in the Northeast it's not the policy, it's who knows who. I'm not sure if you've taken an interest in Ward 5, but let's talk about Ward 5. Let's start with Olga. Olga, is there any prediction here tonight, or are you looking at this one thinking it's going to be nasty? Because there have been allegations lobbied from a lot of campaigns about potential getting non-residents to vote in Northeast.
Well, that's a really interesting thing. I mean, with Ward 5, it's kind of, I'm not totally sure, if I'm completely honest with you. I think we're going to really keep looking at the polls and seeing what's coming out. Raj is, I see signs everywhere from, like, on the way here, we saw Raj, I saw a lot of Tariq Khan as well, and Aryan Sadat. I'm sorry if I'm butchering.
Oh, you got it right.
But, okay, good. But you mean, with Stan Sandhu as well. Stands for him. So, and that's the thing with the Northeast politics. I mean, my family, they lived in the Northeast for a really long time, so I have family who still live in kind of the area, and it's very much like who knows who. It's a lot of name recognition, so I think that's going to be the biggest factor here.
So, for those who don't know, Sadat ran in 2017 and Dinka ran in 2017 as well. Sadat came second to George Chahal, so this is him running again. During our online debate with Ward 5 residents, which if you watched, you know that we crapped out middle through it because our internet sucks in the Northeast for some strange reason. He kept on saying, my platform is the same as 2017. So he's running on the things that have been forgotten. Does that work in campaigns, Deborah? You've run in 2 campaigns. Do people, when candidates come out and say, we need to get things done because it hasn't been done by the previous government or previous councillor, previous MLA, does that work?
Yes and no. I'm going to lean more towards no, because, different hot topics change, people's mindsets change. Right now we're in a pandemic. I think that's like the biggest concern, and the economy, especially in downtown Calgary. So to bring up the past, I don't think that would be the first thing people would talk about or think about. But yeah, I think it would be better if you just stuck to what's happening currently.
Before we move on to Ward 6, we're just going to take a quick break here because I have to go jump on to another live stream here, because that's the great thing about this show. We are doing double duty tonight. So we will be back in about 15 minutes with Deborah, with Olga, talking about Ward 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, and even the mayoral race and CBE. And then we'll be bringing on our first candidate from Ward 12. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, guys. Stay tuned, and we'll be back.
you're fine.
Welcome back to the Crossboard Interview Podcast. Sorry about that. We went a little bit late with my last interview, but we are back and we're going to be talking with Ward 12 candidate Mike LaValle here. So I'm going to try and do this correctly. So I do apologize if I screw this up, but let's try this. Mike, hold on 2 seconds. I knew this was going to happen. I get you in and the audio just decides to not want to play with me right. There we go. Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chris. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Okay, but now I can't hear you. This is the great thing about this show. 2 seconds. It would help if I had. How about now?
Hello, Chris.
There we go. Mike. How are you feeling? 15 minutes before polls close.
I am awesome, Chris. How are you this evening?
I am fantastic. We are, after 10 months of this longest campaign I've ever had to cover, we are at the finish line, and I've never been more happier about that. But how are you feeling? How are you feeling down in Ward 12 right now?
Well, I have one very, very serious concern. I can't see my button on your bulletin board.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go grab it. I'll get. It's on the municipal board. Oh, Mike, now I'm gonna have to make sure that if you have a sign, we'll put a sign up behind us as well. If you want to drive all the way up to 10. But how are you? How are you feeling right now?
We'll do this in the background to make up for it. How's that?
Awesome. But how are you feeling? How is your night going right now?
Oh, it's good, Chris. It's really good. We're just anxious to see some results start coming in. I think with the automatic tabulators that they're using this year, that we're going to see results come in fairly quickly. So I in past elections, we've had to wait around. I mean, we were up till all hours of the morning as they counted votes. And especially with some of the lines. I mean, some of the polls didn't even close because people were waiting in line before. But I think with the automatic tabulators and the big advanced turnout we had, I think we're going to start to see results fairly quickly after 8 o'clock tonight. So yeah.
Just want to remind people, if you are listening to this via YouTube in line, stay in line after 8 o'clock if you are at the polling station, because your vote still counts. You are still able to cast your ballot after 8 o'clock if you are currently in the line. Mike, I want to talk about the campaign. How do you think you did? Because now it's this whole day is being out of your hands. It's now to the people who have gone out and voted. How are you feeling?
It's too late now, Chris. What's done is done.
Never truer words from a politician have been spoken until now.
No, I think it's good. There were some candidates in our ward, and I think it's going to be a pretty hotly contested ward. If you look at for example, on your own show, you did the debates, so the candidate forums for quite a number of the wards. You did more than half, I think, didn't you?
I think just under, actually 7 completely.
Yeah.
Yes, 7.
So, and if you look, I was looking at the results today. The Ward 12 forum or the Ward 12 debate was viewed, I think it's almost 7,000 times is the view counter on that now. We're about twice as much as the next ward. And the next ward is the one that one of the mayor favorites came out of. So you'd have thought that had been a pretty interesting race to see who was going to replace the person in that ward. And geez, we've had some pretty strong engagement down here in Ward 12. It's been an interesting race. I really feel good about momentum. Momentum, and it's kind of everything. You can get it or you can lose it at the right or the wrong time. And we were way back there, kind of not even on anybody's radar for a long time, despite going out and participating and doing the things and walking the neighborhoods and all of that. And then after the debate, people that watched that, they started saying, well, geez, all of a sudden there's this person that I'm sort of interested in now, and we just really gained a lot of momentum from that. So I really want to thank you for hosting that, because I know personally, personally on our campaign, it made a difference. It's a chance to get out and talk to people that, with the environment that we live in right now, we just didn't have that opportunity. It didn't exist. Just as things got better, we started making plans to maybe, use one of the community centers, and you start talking to the other candidates and try and get it all lined up. And then poof, things change again. So yeah.
No, and I appreciate that. And I can tell you that for the 2 nights before Ward 12, I think I lost a lot of sleep. And that's telling you something, because I'm the guy who's dealing with brain cancer right now. And I'm joking about it, but I have to, because if I don't, I'm going to be wallowing in self-pity right now. But the Ward 12 was the hard one, because you had more candidates than I've ever had to deal with. And I just wanted to make sure I did my due diligence and everyone stuck on time, and you guys did. So I appreciate that. Let's talk about the future here for a second, Mike, because we are now 10 minutes away from polls closing, the future of our city. Do you have hope for the city, no matter how the chips fall tonight?
Oh yeah. There's hope. There's we've got 107 candidates. There's some really good people that are running for council. The city's going to do well, and even those of us that maybe don't get elected tonight, we're not going away. Our voices are still going to be there. We're active in our neighborhoods. We're active community members. And so if we see things that our friends and neighbors and fellow residents of our ward think are out of line, and it happens to be not I being the representative, then we'll help hold their feet to the fire, and make sure things are getting done right. So yeah, no, we have. Calgary is a very exciting place. I came here because of the energy for Calgary 25 years ago. It was when basically half the province of Saskatchewan was moving to Calgary, and it was just and people would come here and they would visit friends and family, and they'd say, geez, there's a real energy. You can feel it in Calgary. We've lost that a little bit, but I think it's coming back. I think we're on the upswing, and looking forward to good things in the future.
So I asked you this during our interview, during our show that we put together for, I think, a week after the debate happened. But I want to ask it again, because now we're at the end of the campaign. What have you learned? What have you learned about yourself? What have you learned about the people of Ward 12? Is there anything that you want to, if you knew now, if you knew on January 1st what you know now, would you still have done it? Would you still have put your name forward for election for Ward 12 councillor?
Totally. Absolutely, 100%. It's not an easy task running for councillor. It takes a lot of work, and especially for myself. I mean, I kept running my business the whole time. I know a lot of candidates, they take some time off, they take a leave, they make some adjustments and they go into it full time. I was doing my full-time gig and running a campaign and trying to get out there, and it's tough. It takes a lot of energy. I've been kidding with people that after tonight I'm probably going to sleep for about a week, and they said, I just said it 10 minutes ago out in the backyard, and people said, I've never seen you sleep that much. You're going to be out there doing something anyway. So they kind of called me on my baloney there, but
well, you have 72 hours to take down signs, so you can't sleep too much.
No, actually, I've got a volunteer, a good helper, friend of mine, the neighbor lives across the street. He's out in the backyard having a drink right now. We're going out tomorrow morning to start taking them down. So
that is awesome, Mike. I have one last question for you, because we are still 7 minutes away, and I got to ask the question that everyone's wondering: who'd you vote for?
Well, if you didn't vote for yourself and you lost by one, that would just be blasphemy. It'd be the embarrassment of all embarrassments. So I'd have to say that, but both I and my lovely wife, I'll put our pictures up there on the screen. We voted Team Mike, and I know everybody out in the backyard right now did the same. It's with the COVID protocols, they're huddled around the patio heaters and the the fire table out there and bundled up and trying to get some food in them and stay warm because that's what we're doing tonight. So and they're out there watching us right now. So.
Well, everyone at the Mike LaValle campaign, good luck. You guys have done a fantastic job. I've been watching you this entire campaign since you and I chatted, Mike. Best of luck tonight. No matter what happens in Ward 12, you have made this city much better for running, for putting your name forward, and I appreciate your time out of your campaign to sit down and talk to me. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. It was my pleasure. And I have this strong feeling that this isn't going to be the last time we're going to talk.
I don't either.
Win or lose, I think we'll be having some good conversations going forward, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I will hold that to you. But before I do leave, I'm going to ask this because I know you sent me a button, but I want to sign. I want to sign for the big sign wall that we're putting together for when we move into our big studio, whenever that's going to be. We're going to put them all up. So, Mike, I want to sign. Thank you so much for doing this. I'm just going to jump over to the one shot, but I appreciate everything you've done, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. You have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Oh, no, not that one. I want to do that one. Thank you. Mike, thank you so much. I'm going to just turn it over to our two guests right now who are looking like deer in the headlights. What are we going to talk about? But here they are. Right. I just want to make sure I do this right. Right there. There you go.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So, how are you feeling right now, Olga, with everything going on?
No, I'm feeling good. It's certainly an interesting time. The nerves are really kicking in, but, I think that's kind of expected, especially as a candidate. Yeah. But how about for you? Have you heard from your sister?
I have not heard from my sister yet. Unfortunately, I left my phone at home because today, like I said before, has been a bit of a weird day for me. A lot of strange things happened to me on election day, and I do not know, I cannot explain. But that's okay. I'm here now. I'm living in the present. So I'm just wishing the best for my sister, and I know that she's going to win. So perfect.
That's all that matters. Thank you so much for vamping there for a few seconds there, Olga and Deborah. We are back live again. We are going to be talking throughout the night. We have another guest coming on in about 15 minutes, but we want to continue on because we are 3 minutes away from polls closing here in the city of Calgary, but also across this province. And I want to say this, that if you haven't voted, go drive as quickly as you can without breaking the speed limit and get in line. Mm-hmm. Your vote matters, and this is the only time you have the right to tell politicians what direction you want. So go out and cast your ballot. You have 3 minutes left to get in line. If you are in line listening to this, stay in line. Like Mike and I just chatted about, I appreciate everything that everyone's done, and we are closing in on the 8 o'clock hour, and we are 10 months after this election kicked off on January 1st, but we'll talk about the awards after we do a few more interviews with some guests as they start coming on. But I want to talk about the longest campaign we've ever seen in this province, municipal, federal, or provincial. As the candidate who is now 3 minutes away from knowing your future of your life for Ward 6 and 7, Calgary's Board of Education, what are you feeling right now?
A mix of emotions. There's a sense of pride that I'm really happy that I did this, I'm the first person in my family to run for office. I hopefully won't be the last, because we need more people in democracy. But it's certainly an interesting feeling. I know my family's very proud of me, my friends. I've been getting messages from people all throughout the day. I voted for you. This is amazing. We need different voices that have not been at the table. So, yeah. What
about yourself, Deborah? You are too weird. Take us back to 2015, 2 minutes before polls closed. What was on your mind?
That's a good question. So just to set the scene here, we were at the Opera House in Calgary, downtown Calgary. And I was told to come a bit early because things were looking up for me. And as someone who's never ran before, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what would happen. But I remember going there and I had my phone open with the results coming in. I kept refreshing, and then all of a sudden, a little blue check mark was beside my name. And I remember asking, my grandmother was right in front of me, and I looked at her, I said, "Does this mean I'm elected?" She said yes. And I just burst into tears. It was just, I was overcome with emotions. It was a really good moment for me. So, yeah, I think I'm hopeful for you, Olga. I know that regardless of the results, you ran a really good campaign. And I know that you did an interview with Chris, actually. So
You did, and I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to do that as well, because I know campaigns can be hard. They can be hard for candidates. They can be hard for families, but talking to even an independent podcaster like myself was very appreciative, so thank you.
My pleasure.
We are now at 8 o'clock. Polls are now closed within the province of Alberta. If you are still in line, you still have the right to vote. We should be getting numbers here shortly. We will be bringing them. We do not have the budget or the graphics ability to bring them live to you, but we will be reading them off as they come in. I want to now turn back to our wards that we were talking about, because actually let's jump up to Ward 12, because just to talk about the ward that Mike LaValle is in, and as his people are watching this, let's talk about it. Ward 12, which is in the southeastern part of the city, Shane Keating's old riding. He is the pusher behind the entire Green Line to get it down there. He's been a strong advocate for that. There is a lot of people running in this campaign. So let's talk about them. Craig Chandler, John Chubby, Hubby, Duda. He introduced himself that way on the debate that Mike and I did, so I just want to make sure. Dirk Fontaine, Teresa Hargreaves, Mike LaValle, who we just had on, Stephen Fan, Evan Spencer, and Mike Strayland. Evan Spencer, Craig Chandler, Mike LaValle. Polling shows that those three are potentially one of the next councillors. Evan Spencer was the former assistant or worked in Councillor Keating's office. Craig Chandler is Craig Chandler of the Take Back City Hall campaign, and Mike LaValle is a great guy. Let's just put it that way. Have you guys been down to the southeast? Have you guys driven through that? What's your thoughts on this riding, on this ward?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Well, I think every ward is very unique, as every politician will say. I can say the same for the area that I'm running in. But for Ward 12, I mean, I don't have, and I'll be completely transparent, I don't have much experience in that area of town, but from what I've been seeing, there's a lot of momentum in that area, especially with Craig Chandler, with Evan Spencer. You have a ton of names coming forward.
You have a ton of well-known names too, right? Like Craig Chandler, people know Craig Chandler. Evan Spencer, people know his boss. So during the debate, Mr. Chandler tried to paint Evan close to Shane Keating, but it was a respectable debate in itself. In this election, you see a very I would say one side of the political spectrum against the center versus a few people like Mike who would be a little bit right of center, I would assume. Is that where politics is these days? It's right versus center. And I know there was a big debate on Twitter a while back about what does centrist mean and what does progressive mean. I consider myself a centrist, but I guess that's a bad word now. So as the former NDP MLA for the riding and current I just want to make sure, Calgary advisor to Alberta Council, when you're talking to politicians, when you're out talking to family members, friends, is it right versus center, or is this just some of the ridings that we're looking at tonight?
Oh, that's such a good question.
That's why I asked it.
I could talk a lot about this, but I know within my family specifically, the whole dynamic is my mom's side is quite progressive, more left-leaning. My dad's side's a bit more right-leaning, but I would argue that he's now more of a centrist, because I feel like Calgarians are progressive voters in a sense, where they want amenities, they want good transit systems here in Calgary, they want to have snow removal, we want to have the amenities that would help us through our day-to-day lives. And so, of course, we need good governance for that to happen, which unfortunately sometimes you have to pay a bit more in taxes for these things to happen. And so, when we think of center to right, people tend to think lower taxes, fiscally conservative, that kind of thing. But I believe that there's a bit of more of a shift in that, where people are more concerned about the health and safety of their community and themselves and their family, and making sure that we have the proper amenities. So, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't think a lot of people label themselves these days because it just starts a whole argument. For me, it's a bit unique because I was with the New Democrat Party of Alberta, so it's obvious where my ideologies land. But people don't tend to like to talk about where they are politically. I find unless they're very politically engaged, that's a different situation.
True. Olga, we'll jump up to Ward 6 here to finish off because this is your neck of the woods. And just to let you know, Elections Calgary has updated their website. The results will be pouring in. They are electronic voting, so we should start seeing results here anytime soon. I am going to keep my eye on it. But let's talk about Ward 6 for a second because that's the area that Olga is running to represent on the school board. Ward 6 is... This is sort of still in the northwest, but it's sort of center northwest. It's like directly west, and then Ward 7, which is just kitty corner to it as well. In 6, we have outgoing councillor Jeff Davison running for mayor as well, and you have 4 candidates running. Richard Pootsman, the former councillor for Ward 6, Sanjeev Khad, who is backed by Jonathan Dennis, the former Attorney General for Alberta, Dwayne Hall. I will be honest, until I saw a photo of him, I did not know who he was. He might have made some splash in Ward 6, but I didn't know who he was. And Lana Bentley. Lana Bentley came on the show. She did a forum with Richard and I. And what's your opinion on Ward 6? Is this going to be a close race, or is Richard going to get the name recognition and win this one tonight?
That's a really interesting question, and I'm really thinking about that because I know with Lana and with Richard, it's really interesting with how that's working out because I think, yes, Richard does have the name recognition, but Lana has been a firehouse. Like, she has been doing so good with everything in her campaign.
I agree.
And I mean, she, from what I understand, she's a professor at Mount Royal University, which is my kind of alumni at this moment, and yours as well, Deborah. So it's certainly interesting. I think, never say never. I'm really torn between how that's going to turn out. I think it'll be interesting. I'm really excited.
What about yourself? Lana did run in 2019 for the Alberta Party, so she has had a political campaign under her belt already. We did a yet again unscientific poll, and Richard came out on top.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I actually did have a pretty good relationship with Richard Putmans during my time as an MLA. I can't say the same about Jeff Davison, unfortunately, but that's just, you see the different dynamics and different counselors, and I think that Richard, I will give him, he does actually label himself as a centrist. I have had conversations with him about this. In that he was pretty engaged with the community, and I think maybe that's why he's coming up on top. He does have name recognition, but I do agree with Olga. I think Lana Bentley has just knocked this election out of the park. I think she's done a great job and really hit the issues on the head. So I give her lots of praise for that, and I hope she does well.
If elected, she would be the first Black woman to be elected to the city council, and this would be huge for not only the city but also diversity within our city as well. Let's talk about the other ward, and this is the one that I think a lot of people are watching. This was one that both of you said when I asked the question, which ridings are you watching? This was one that you wanted to watch right away, which is Ward 7. Ward 7 is north of the downtown belt line, so this is just literally north. It's Highway 16. It's all the way through. I drive most of it because I have to for the Tom Baker. I go back and forth along this, so I have seen signs for Ward 7 candidates in this area. So this is the riding I can talk about a little bit here. But Ward 7 has outgoing Drew Farrell is no longer going to be councillor after 20 years in service. She is no longer going to be the councillor for Ward 7.
Wow.
Let's start with, because we started with Olga and we'll end with Olga here, but Deborah, this has Marilyn North Pagan, Heather McRae, Aaron Waite, Derek Williams, Terry Wong, Benjamin Sherpatt, Matt Lalonde, Daria Bogdanov, I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong, and Greg Amoroso. Who are you looking at on this one?
Well, this is the ward that I live in currently. I live in Montgomery. I've seen their signs all over the place. And I currently have a Maryland North Pagan sign on my lawn.
So you went out and voted for Maryland?
Absolutely, yes.
So
And
why?
I'm not ashamed to say it. I think that everyone should vote for Maryland.
Hey, well, it's 10 minutes past closing time, so I'm assuming not a lot of people have voted.
Well, all right.
But why? What made you? Because this is a crowded field. There are 4 women running, and I know you shouldn't just vote for a woman just because they're a woman, but there's 4 women running. This is the most women running in a ward in the city. Why'd you go with Maryland?
I think that her politics are aligned with mine. The fact that she would be the first Indigenous woman to be on council would be historic, and I think it's something that we need to continue to just up those voices in our community and make sure that we're listening to all communities here in Calgary. And I think that she has some really good perspectives in terms of the fact that she was with the police commission, I believe.
She was the author of the White Goose Flying Report.
That's right. Yeah. So she offers a different perspective that I think is needed on city council. That has been lacking.
This isn't a riding that I wanted to talk about a little bit because this is a weird riding for me because Heather McRae was recently not publicly endorsed, but the social media around Heather for the last few days, for the last week, have had her and Jody Gondek side by side in almost every photo video that they could possibly find. Is this could this potentially backfire in Miss Gondek's face if she wins tonight as mayor? Being so closely tied to a candidate who might not win because you, as the mayor, you will have to work with every potential person who gets elected. And if you're tying yourself close to someone already, could that backfire in you?
Asking me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
No worries. I should have said that.
Don't worry about it. I don't think so in many ways because I think with everything from what I've been seeing on Twitter, for example, Jody's been with a lot of different candidates throughout this whole campaign. And I think, I don't know that it'll backfire. I mean, it might be something that would be talked about quite a bit. If they're, let's say they're both elected, then people could kind of criticize that in many ways. Obviously, that's kind of a given. But I think it's just something to discuss more or less. I don't know that it'll explicitly affect her.
Do you think so? Because it's always hard, right? Because we traditionally don't want mayor candidates coming out and endorsing political candidates because as the mayor, as the council, you will have to work with anyone who is elected. You are there to represent your people that vote for you, but at the end of the day, you have to work with people from every wing of the political spectrum. And does this potentially backfire? And I there's a connection with the Gondek campaign. There is a well-known, well-kept secret. I don't know why it's been kept, but it has not been publicly stated that Heather is Stephen Carter, who is campaign advisor to the Jody Gondek's campaign wife.
Oh, okay.
So,
I did not know that.
So is this just BFFs, or is this sort of a I'll rub your back if you rub my back kind of a deal? Or am I just looking too much into this? And like you said, she's been out with all other candidates as well, because I know she was down with Jay Unsworth in Ward 13. I'm not sure if she was out in Ward 10 with anyone because I didn't see anything, but she has been out in a few other areas.
Did you want to go for it? Or?
Yeah, I think maybe it can always be a little bit of both. I see what you mean, like looking into it, especially. Yeah, there is always something to look into, but at the same time, maybe they're friends. I mean, Deborah's one of my best friends. I'm not gonna lie about that right here. I mean, I'll be very honest, but
Whoa, breaking news. Breaking news.
mean, yeah, there's definitely the connection, right? I mean, with Stephen Carter and with Heather McRae, there's no denying that. But I mean, maybe it's just the work ethic. Maybe they have the same values. I don't know them personally myself, so I can't speak to that. But it is a possibility.
Understandable. Let's stick to the downtown core for a second, and let's jump across to the Beltline area, because this is an area that I think a lot of people are watching because of some of the named candidates, and that is Ward 8.
Yes.
If my computer decides, there we go. Ward 8, which is the Beltline, Shaganappy, the Killarney, Glengarry area, and this has a wealth of candidates as well. It seems like everyone decided to come out of this during this election. I'm just making sure that my next guest doesn't come in and I don't miss them, so I do apologize if I'm back and forth. You can't see me. You only can see the candidates who are on there. But Ward 8, we have Monique Offrey, Paul Bergman, Gary Bobovitz, who is well known in the global TV area, Yogi Henderson, Medina Canavia, who announced her campaign the day the election was the nominations closed. It was September 20th. Phil Mitchell, Courtney Walcott, Cornelia Wiebe, and Natalie Winkler. This is a toss-up. This is one that I'm honestly going to be surprised at the end of the night, because Gary Bobovitz, well-known reporter for Global News back in the day, he has connections within City Hall from his times as a reporter, is up against one of his biggest challenger, because this is an open seat. Evan Woolley is retiring. Courtney Walcott. Courtney Walcott was recently endorsed by Evan Woolley after the advanced voting happened. And Cornelia Wiebe, three candidates who I'm looking at tonight. What about yourself? Let's start with Olga here. Ward 8, does this potentially bring anything? Are you interested in this race, or is this going to be a blowout for one candidate over another?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I'm really looking at Cornelia Wiebe. She has done a really incredible campaign. I mean, I have nothing else to say on that, but I think it will be interesting because, yeah, you have the top three there. You have Courtney Walcott, you have Cornelia Wiebe, you have Gary Bobovitz. It's so close that you can't tell at this point, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm just like anxiously looking at election results, but
I think we all are at this point in time. But what about yourself? I will ask this question. Courtney Walcott has been the poster child for the progressives in this election. He has had one fantastic run in this election because a lot of progressives have put their money on him to win this seat, because Evan Woolley might have been a progressive, but they see Courtney as the true progressive that they could potentially pick up the seat. For you, what are you looking at in this ward, and do you see it as a race between Gary and Courtney, or is it going to be a third person?
These are questions. Hard questions, Chris.
We are 17 minutes after the election close. You should know the answers by now.
Yeah, I'd say that Courtney Walcott, came out guns a-blazing with this election campaign. I think that he's done a great job of getting his name out there, and as well as Gary Bobovitz. I've seen his signs everywhere. However, I've also heard that the signs on people's lawns didn't have the consent of the homeowners. So, it happens.
Politics 101.
All the time. But, I would also agree with Olga that Cornelia Wiebe is someone to keep your eye on. I think that she actually might come up in the middle. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. This is a really interesting riding for me.
For transparency's sake, I should note that as the host of the Cross Border Interview podcast, as the president of Miranda Brown and Associates, I did work with Monique Offrey during the month of August. In September, I departed just to focus on my health issues. But I just want to make sure that's on the record that I did do some work for Monique Offrey's campaign, and I did have an interview with her. So I just want to talk about that. While we wait for our next guest, who As you can imagine, things happen and things take priority. But let's go. Let's continue moving east along 16 to that great old Ward 9. Councillor John Carlo Carra, Mr. 4 terms if he wins tonight. Councillor, first elected in 2010 with the Nenshi reign, and is now running for his 4th term. We had him on the show. He is up against another large swath of candidates. It seems like everyone and their mother wants to run in this election. John Carlo Carra is up against Kim Fesser, Mr. Hattie, Ms. Hazane, Damon Kahn, Omar Makeo, Lori Massey, Derek Reimer, John William Wade, and Naomi Withers. Our unscientific poll said that he's cruising for a re-election tonight. Do you think that's true? Let's start with Deborah.
You know what? I think that he has a very good chance of winning. The fact that he's an incumbent, this would be his 4th term. I think he's done a great job as a counselor these past 3 terms now. I think that, for municipal politics, it's so different from provincial, and I have to kind of rewire my brain in a way because it's not as partisan. But yeah, I would say that John Carlo is definitely more progressive, and I think that, like I said, he's been in his community, he's been talking with the constituents. I think that in itself, he'll probably win tonight.
Good to hear. Not good to hear, but good insight. Thank you so much. Olga, Naomi Withers is the dark horse in this race because she has been getting a lot of the progressives coming from the John Carlo Carra campaign. Could we be in for a surprise, or because John Carlo is well known in the riding, he could be cruising for a victory? The only reason I ask that is you don't traditionally have 9 other candidates running against you if the incumbent councillor is doing a good job. So, looking at potentially 9 other votes here, 9 other splits, could we potentially see that defeat, or am I just reading too much into it?
Never say never in politics. Anything is possible.
2015.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. But it's true,
Fair enough.
Anything is possible, and things can just change very quickly in politics from what I've been seeing these past couple months. But I think John Carlo has a very good shot of winning re-election, but you never know because she is the dark horse of the race.
Yeah.
There is a big possibility for that. Sorry. But yeah, I think with Ward 9, it's a very interesting area because it's a really diverse community in that whole area.
And it's a very business community as well. Like, that International Avenue is hugely business friendly.
Yeah. A lot of people have their start in Ward 9 from what I can see. I mean, I have family members who they've immigrated to Canada and they ended up living in Ward 9 because it's a very affordable area and it's a very international area, as Chris has mentioned as well.
John William Wade is the president of the BIA in the International Avenue, and he is running in this race, and he came on the show and he talked about that people get their start, but they leave the area and they go to other parts of the community, and he hopes that people will stay there. 9's going to be a fascinating race tonight. I'm looking forward to that. I'm still refreshing results. I'm 90% sure every campaign, every elector is doing that right now because they want to see as these numbers are going to be coming in. And hopefully we can start making some calls here because that's what we're here for. Let's go down south. Let's go down south for a second because I want to leave 10 to last because I have about an hour and a half long rant I have to talk about. So to the listeners for Ward 10, I apologize right now. Let's start with Ward 14. Ward 14 is the center, sort of south center riding. Pete DeMong is the incumbent councillor. He is one of the few that are actually running for re-election. He is up against Calgary firefighter Stephen DeBaugh, Andre Hinton, and Anton Ovechkinov, or as he likes to call himself, just Anton. Just Anton. I will be upfront here. We had a forum scheduled with Ward 14 on Thursday of last week. And due to a police matter in this house, we had to cancel that. All the candidates all reached out after that. They understood what happened. And I want to thank them for that, because you should feel safe in your own house, and my first priority is always to my family and to make sure that they are safe. And I appreciate those candidates for understanding and not doing that. And I understand they had to reschedule some things for the forum that night, but I appreciate them understanding and realizing that my family always does come first at the end of the day. I want to talk about it. Pete DeMong, is he cruising for victory? Because he is. Deborah and I, we know someone who lives in 14, and they told us point blank, if I'm not mistaken, last weekend when you were here, when after the incident happened, you came over for support, and I appreciate that. He said that they had voted for for Pete because he was the only person that they knew. Mm-hmm. Does that matter in municipal politics? Does name recognition matter?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. You talking to me? What a fucking slow. Before you do that, I'm going to let you continue talking, because I'm going to bring in our guest, and then so after you're done, we're going to talk to our guest, and we'll go from there, okay? So continue on.
I think name recognition is such an important thing. If people don't know who you are, especially municipal, we have so many candidates, so many mayoral candidates. It's convoluted, it's confusing, and I'm more politically active, and I'm even confused. So yes, for someone who doesn't really pay attention to politics, I don't think that, when they mark their name on the ballot, they need to know who they're voting for. Agreed.
Thank you for that, Deborah. We are going to, I just want to make sure I do this correctly here, because as you know, one person doing many jobs is always fun. I just want to make sure I do this correctly. So we have another guest coming in with us today, and we are just going to make sure I do this correctly. She is currently running for the top job. The polls have closed, and she is waiting like everyone else to come in. Jan Damery, thank you so much for doing this. This is an honor and a pleasure.
I'm thrilled to be here, Chris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Awesome.
Jan, how you feeling? We are half hour after polls close, and you've just ran a 10-month campaign. How are you feeling right now?
I'm actually feeling really energized. I'm at a local business, The Craft downtown. I've got all my people with me, my family with me, and we kind of feel like we threw it all out there, leaving it all on the field, Chris. I'm so proud of the team and what we've done, and we've changed the conversation.
So how did you change the conversation? Because I want to know, because there was a lot of voices running for mayor, 27 of you, but you were able to get your voice out there, and you were able to break away from the pack, and people heard you, and people wanted to learn more about you. How were you able to do that?
I think it's the work that we did on the platform, Chris, taking also very strong and positions that I just so believe in. And for me, not afraid to take positions. We were the first out, and one of my campaign commitments was transparency in donations. So we led that way, and you'll notice that others followed suit. I led on vaccine passports, and in fact, if City Council had actually taken my idea in July, we would not be in the mess we are in the city now. And I advocated early on for more polling stations on campus, and so eventually kind of followed suit. So I'm incredibly proud, in addition to, I think, really bringing everyone into the conversation about how great the city can be and what are very specific, tangible ideas that we can do. We even showed how we could pay for them to get us going so that we can be this place that people want to be, that keeps our young here. I think, Chris, you and I talked a while ago, very personal for me. I got an older son who is not here tonight because he's in Victoria, couldn't find a job here. And we have so much going on in this city. It's about getting back our mojo, regaining our confidence, and the ability for me to pull across all kind of viewpoints. And of course, I was even doing that last week, pulling from other candidates in the mayor's race who were not being heard. And I elevated them and brought them to the table because there's some good ideas and we have to listen to everyone because that's how we get out of this pickle, quite frankly.
I appreciate that because you are right. We need voices elevated, and I appreciate the work that you did to elevate not only your voice but the voices of ward candidates as well. Because I know you held many events with great candidates across this city. During your time running in this election, you have met with lots of candidates. Have you learned stuff about yourself and about the people who want to run in this campaign and want to run this city? And what advice would you give to the people who are about to take that power mantle tomorrow morning or next Monday when they get sworn in? What advice would you give them to the people who you have connected with, you have talked with ward-wise?
Listen with humility is my advice to any of the councillors coming in. We have had such a challenging time for the last 4 years in our city. People are hurting, yet they're looking for leadership. But it's not about best idea. It's about how do we actually bring people, share in a common vision, and be willing to change our minds because others have a better idea than what I'm presenting forward. I'm hoping that is something that I've shown how to do it in the campaign, that people will see. And of course, the night's not over yet, Chris. Who knows what can happen?
Hey, we have been digesting just even the ward races because there's been a major focus on your race, the mayoral race, and we have 14 other people who are going to be elected tomorrow morning or tonight. I want to ask this question because I've asked every other candidate who's come on the show tonight. If you know now, if you knew on January 1st what you know now about the city, about your campaign, would you still have put your name forward?
Absolutely. I have fallen more in love with our city. My belief has even grown stronger. I truly believe that we are stronger together and we don't represent a lot of the diversity in our city. And I think that, again, in a previous conversation you and I had, how committed I am. In fact, spent a lot of time in the last week out in the northeast part of our city. And how do we sort of ensure that there is equity in services, that there is equity in opportunity. And I am committed. And it doesn't stop here for me, Chris. Regardless of outcome, I will continue to be that strong voice and advocate. I've been telling the team, this is the end of the beginning for me, no matter what happens tonight.
I appreciate that. And I also asked this question because just a fun, because you know how much I like having fun, even with everything going on in my life. I gotta ask, who'd you vote for?
I did vote for myself. It was kind of cool. I was number 2 on the ballot. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did.
It's a bit of a surreal moment. Yeah, absolutely. And, and I do that because of the belief in the people around me. You know that I've spoken about this, you and I haven't talked about this, but I was pressured vehemently to drop out of the race and support another candidate. And I stood strong because of the people that have rallied around me, because of the vision that we have portrayed, and it's about democracy. And so this is about me, and I've always said it's bigger than me, Chris. This is about how we collect and bring people together. So that's why I voted for me.
And I'm going to say this, and I apologize for talking over you during this interview, but I've got to say this. To those candidates who have asked you to drop out, to the candidates in campaigns who have asked voters to strategically vote for one campaign over the other, stop it. Your vote matters, and it is your voice as the resident to vote for whoever you want to vote for. Vote for the person you want to best represent you. I know I'm saying that 32 minutes after polling's closed, but stop with this idea that we have to scare people into voting for certain people. Jan, I want to thank you. I said this during our interview together, but I also want to just take a moment and say thank you for running. People like you make this city great. You have enlightened this campaign. You have ensured that people are heard. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you have done for the last 10 months and taking time out of your campaign to sit down and talk to me. I was a lonely podcast host and you decided to come on my show. So thank you so much for doing that because, okay, I told myself I wasn't going to cry, but I'm going to.
No,
so
Chris, you're going to make me cry. So
there you go.
Like democracy, because every voice matters. I mean, I had a new immigrant to our city ask me a couple of weeks ago, why would I vote? I just got here. I said, because your voice matters. You have made this city your home. This is where you want to build your life. This is about the future of our city. Your voice matters.
Jan, I want to thank you so much for doing this and taking time out of your tonight and sitting down and just chatting with me. Good luck on tonight. We'll be rooting for you from here up in the Northeast in Ward 10, okay?
Thanks so much, Chris. You take very good care of yourself, and we're going to have a beer or a coffee, whatever your potion is.
There you go. Well, we'll have a water. Hopefully my surgery is rescheduled so I can start having water and only water. So thank you so much, and have yourself an excellent rest of the night, okay?
Thank you so much. So good to see you. And hello to all your viewers.
We are back. I just want to say thank you once again. As you can tell, we have lost one of our panelists. She has left us.
She ran away.
She ran away. She had to go do something quickly. So we are just Olga and I right now. Olga, let's talk about school board for a second, because that's why truly you ran. We are 35 minutes after the election, and I'm just going to make sure that there are no results that have come in before the time. Oh, we do.
There is some.
We are starting to get results. We are starting to get a lot of results. So we are going to be breaking down these. But before we do that, I want to talk about you for a second. I've asked the two candidates who have come on, so I'll ask you as well. If you knew then what you know now, would you still have run? Why?
Because I think it's important, even if there's other people who are running who have, let's say, more name recognition. I think, as you were just having your other discussion previously, I think it's important just to have names out and just have voices out, because it's important in democracy that we have as many people as possible involved.
I agree wholeheartedly. What's next? No matter how the chips fall tonight, are you still going to be involved? Are you looking forward to representing Ward 6 and 7 on council tomorrow morning?
Yes, if elected, absolutely. If not, I'm still finishing. I will be going back to school for my second degree in the fall, regardless. That would have been the plan anyway, in a part-time capacity if elected. But yeah, starting my second undergrad would be kind of the next step, but always obviously being involved in politics in however I can.
True. I'm just going to pull up Ward 1 here because we're going to start talking about some of these results that are early coming in. Actually, let's start with 10 because that's where I'm from and I like talking about myself. Ward 10, which is the southern part of the northeast part of Calgary, which is weird to say. I'm just pulling it up right now. Andre Chabot, the former councillor, is currently out with 4 polls reporting, and I know someone who is watching this right now is yelling at their screen saying, why are you only talking about 4 polls? But we have numbers, so I'm going to certainly talk about it. Abed Harb is running in second with 25% of the vote. Leslyn Joseph for 3%. Tony Din is at 17%. So these numbers are coming in, and some of these ridings I'm looking at and I'm saying this is not shocking. This is not surprising for a lot of the candidates who I thought would be doing good, but here we are. Let's start with 6 and 7. Actually, let's talk about you for a second. Let's go because the numbers are coming in.
Yeah.
I just want to go 6 and 7.
There's so many things to look into here,
Yes.
Like everyone is kind of like glued to the screens at the moment.
I think so too. So I'm just going to pull me out and just bring back in here. So let's look at 6 and 7. Mm-hmm. We have Patricia Bulger?
Yes.
Bulger currently in a lead with just over a quarter of the polls reporting. How are you feeling?
It is what it is. If there's still time, it's only 13 out of 52 polls that are being reported at the moment. But Patricia, she did run the last time against Lisa Davis. So this is kind of
name recognition.
Exactly. Name recognition. That is a huge part in politics, especially municipally. It's quite tight otherwise with myself, Cheryl Munson, and Carter Thompson. So, we'll see what happens the rest of the night.
We will see what happens for sure. I'm just going back up here for a second. Oh, wow. There are some writings that I am shocked about. If you hear something in the background, that is because our third panelist of the night is slowly coming down and she is about to appear. There she is.
Sorry, everyone.
We are talking about numbers because they are slowly coming in. We have the first numbers and we are looking at them. There's going to be some interesting conversations from campaigns today. But I want to start off. We just talked about Olga's riding of 6 and 7 for school board. We talked about 10. But let's go up to 1 is the riding you live in, correct, Miss Drever?
I live in 7.
You live in 7. I apologize. 7. 7 is the Aaron Waite, Terry Wong, Marilyn North Pagan. Right now, Terry Wong is in a lead with only 7% of the polls reporting, so that is roughly about a fourth of the polls reporting. Okay. He is in the lead with with 2,031 votes, 27% of the votes, with 444 votes lead over top of his next challenger, which in this case, by looking at the numbers, would be Aaron Waite, who is currently in second with 21% of the vote. Yeah. Marilyn is in fourth with 14% of the vote. How are you feeling about this race right now?
Ooh, it's tight. It's a tight race.
Tight race podcast. Remember, I joke. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it looks like Terry's in the lead. I honestly thought that Aaron had some high hopes. She ran a pretty good campaign. I saw a lot of people supporting her. So she's currently in second right now, and I think that she has a pretty good chance of potentially coming up first, so we'll see.
That's true. Out of the ones that we've already talked about, we did talk about Ward 4, which was Sean Chu's riding. Currently, Sean Chu and DJ Kelly are neck and neck. 9 votes between the two candidates right now. This is going to be if these numbers hold yet again, 2 out of 30 polls reporting. So this is a very, very early, people. So please do not take stock in this.
Oh, we have 8 now. 8 out of 30.
Oh, okay.
It's just refreshed.
So 8 out of 30. Oh, 8 out of 30, and DJ Kelly has taken a resounding lead of 632 votes. It just went back. So this is going to be a close race. This is going to be a close race. I thought it was going to be a close race, and I don't know where these 8 polls are coming from. So please, we are not going to make a guess or a prediction on who is going to win until we see at least half of the votes or the polls reporting. Yeah. I do not want to over-exaggerate or give people hope where there might not be some, because if these polls that are currently coming in from areas that the candidates own neighborhood, then it is what it is. So I just want to make sure that people know that we are still waiting for numbers to come in. Yeah. Let's talk about that mayoral race, because that is the big one. And with almost half the votes in, Jody Gondek, 45% of the votes.
Wow. Pretty substantial.
This could be a blowout.
Yeah.
It's still early though.
I have chills. I have chills, everyone.
It is still early, like Olga said. It is still early. We still could see a big change, but 45% of the vote going to Jody Gondek. This could be Calgary's most important election, because a woman in the mayoral chair might happen tonight. As women, I hate to play the women card every time I look at you guys, but that's what we're doing. As women, what would that mean to you? Let's start with Olga.
Sure. I
like how you're so afraid to talk.
No. I feel bad when I'm talking over.
No. She loves this. Go.
No, I think it's important, and she's a woman of color on top of that. Yeah. It's amazing. I think it shows Calgary's more than just men. We have a woman leading the city. That would be a huge change. I don't want to get optimistic because, things change. We still have half of the polls, more than half remaining. So, we'll have to wait and see. But, I think it's telling so far. But, yeah, what do you think?
Well, like I said, I think that Calgarians are progressive voters. I think that things have shifted over these years, and especially with our movement as women, people are talking about more women entering politics, especially women of color. I think it's vital that we have proper representation, not just a white male representing the entire city. We need to have all voices at the table, and I believe that Jody Gondek, she ran a great campaign, and I'm very happy that she's in the lead right now. I think that she has a lot to offer to Calgary. We had head Nenshi for how many terms? 4 terms?
3 terms.
3 terms. At 11 years?
11 years as of today. Today would have been his, he would have been heading into his 12th year as of today, but 11 years.
Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank him for all of his hard work that he's done for our city. I think that he's done so many good things, especially right now during a pandemic, during an economic crisis, during a time where we have a provincial government that frankly is not looking out for the best interests of Albertans, and so Calgary really has to step up in terms of things like vaccine passports and a mask mandate, and ensuring that our small businesses stay in business, and that we have people working here, because I know that so many people are struggling right now, and so I commend him for his work, and I think he should be proud for everything he's done for us, and that's pretty much it,
Really agreed. Yeah, we have to thank him for definitely showing Calgary it's different. It's not what everyone expects, Like, I think with Nenshi, he made a really big impact with Calgary in politics. From your perspective, as you were elected, like
and I've met him many times. I remember the first time I actually met him. I was in my first year of being an MLA. I was in the cafeteria at the legislature, and I was a bit starstruck actually because I never met him before, and it's always a fun thing to meet your mayor. And I remember him standing there, and I just introduced myself, and he said, "Oh, I know who you are." And we had a really good conversation, and to be honest, like I mentioned before, there were certain candidates that I had a harder time communicating with. They were harder to get a hold of, but Nenshi's office was always open. They've always, I never had an issue trying to get a hold of them. And so I commend him for that. I think it's so important to have a mayor that's going to actually represent the people, be there for the people, especially when it comes to liaison with the provincial government and the federal government, because there's so many layers on that, on proper funding, for example, the Green Line, which is important for Calgarians. And our city's expanding all the time, so, these topics are important.
Agreed. Yeah.
I am shocked right now that we are 46 minutes into this, and we are potentially on the cusp of electing our first female leader of this city. And when we started this year on January 1st, I would not have predicted that. I would not have put Jody Gondek in that mayoral chair. But she has run a fantastic campaign. I think a lot of people thought Jeremy Farkas would be the next leader after Naheed Nenshi, but I guess the anti-Nenshi vote didn't show up today. Or it still could. It still could show up. It is a wide gap to have to close of over 16%. That is a wide margin to close with over half the vote still outstanding, but it is possible if it does break all their way, and it all depends on where it's coming from. Are these numbers coming from the north, the south, the east, the west? Where are they coming from? So we are in uncharted territories, but it looks like Jeff Davison will be looking for a new job tomorrow morning. With only 14% of the with 14% of the votes right now, we can say that Jeff Davison will not be our mayor tomorrow morning. It comes down to Jody Gondek and Jeremy Farkas, but it looks like, with all word of a lie, Jody Gondek will be the next mayor of the city of Calgary. But we are not here to talk about the mayors. We're here to talk about the ridings. Ward 1. You have family up in Ward 1.
I do.
Sonia Sharp is out to a massive lead with over 41% of the vote, 12 polling stations in. These are looking like bigger margins than I think a lot of people were expecting, especially in Ward 1. Steve Webb was running a good campaign. Sonia Sharp was backed by the Look Forward campaign, which people tried to make a wave out of that in the last few days of the campaign, but here we are.
Oh, it just came. I don't mean to interrupt, but the check mark just came for Sonia Sharp.
So
I was going to say Ward 2.
But I mean, I will speak to Steve Webb as well.
So before we talk, who are you talking about? Which are you on CTV?
I'm on Global News.
Okay, I'm looking at the Calgary election numbers. So, okay, so Sonia Sharp has been elected has been declared the winner by Global News in the city of Calgary for the so Ward Sutherland is now being replaced by a woman. Sonia Sharp was a city administrator for the city of, we'll talk about Ward 2 here in a second, but she was a city administrator. She came on the show, she did the debate. She ran a fantastic campaign. I wish her the best of luck in the future endeavors. So Ward 1 has officially been called for Sonia Sharp. Councillor-elect Sharp, I should say now, will be heading to City Hall tomorrow morning to talk about politics. So that is our first pickup for women in the city. We have a second now.
Ward 2, Jennifer Wyness.
Jennifer Wyness has now officially been declared the winner of Ward 2. Joel Maglioka, the incumbent city councillor, has gone down in defeat. This is a switch of 2 male seats to female seats. This is going to be a good night for women.
Yes,
I think
I am excited, Chris. I am excited.
The Ask Her campaign is out in full force, and if this shows us anything, and we're going to be going to a break here soon, just so I can get some water because my voice is getting hoarse. But wow. I am shocked that Joe Maglioka is going down so hard in defeat. With 48% of the votes in right now, Jennifer Wyness is out in front with Kim coming in second. Councillor-elect Wyness is now heading to City Hall with Councillor-elect Sharp. We are looking at a new Calgary today, and here we are. Ward 3 is still being a little too close.
Can we look at trustees?
We can certainly look at trustees.
I haven't even looked at the numbers yet.
Before we do that, I want to talk about the fluoride debate.
All right. Okay.
61% of the people who have voted so far want fluoride back in their water. So most of the candidates said that whatever the voters wanted, they would vote for. So it looks like fluoride is going to be back introduced into our water. We are still early, but here we are. So let's talk about the public school trustees. So as we've talked about beforehand, let's talk about 6 and 7.
Oh, we have another elected person.
Who's elected?
Peter DeMong.
Ward 14, Peter DeMong is back in power. As we said before the break, I'm pretty sure no one, and I repeat, no one was expecting that to go anywhere else but Peter DeMong. 92% of our survey respondents said that he would be cruising for a victory. So
63% of the vote.
Congratulations, Councillor-elect Councillor DeMong. Greatly appreciate it. And again, thank you so much for understanding about our debate. I appreciate you, and enjoy the next 4 years with 2 new councillors, Councillor-elect Wyness and Councillor-elect Sharp. So here we are. Ward 5 and 10, which is the current ward that we are living in, that I'm currently living in, not you two, because you don't live in this riding. Marilyn Dennis is out in front right now with 30% of the vote, with just over 12 votes, 12 polls left out. So it looks as though, because the vote split is so large in a lot of directions, that Marilyn Dennis will be elected. She will be heading back. She is the chair of the Calgary Board of Education. She will be heading back to the Calgary Board of Education tomorrow to talk about schools and school board trustees. Is there other wards that you wanted to talk about?
Yes, I really want to talk about 3 and 4.
Laura Hack.
Full disclosure, I will say Laura Hack is someone I know.
Laura Hack was on the show. She's a great candidate.
She is going to be historic if she wins. She will be the first to unseat an incumbent in the school board. And it's looking like that will happen.
It looks like that will be happening, and she will be the first cross-border interview. Oh, no, Jennifer Winans was. Oh, I'm good so far. Jennifer Winans, man, look at that. Chris Brown knows how to pick.
On the podcast, you gotta like
There you go. Jody Gondek was our first guest. There you go. We love you. We love you.
No, it's okay. I think, honestly, like, to speak to that with Patricia Bolger, I mean, it's fantastic because I know she's against the curriculum, so I think that's the number one thing. We need a board that's going to stand up to this provincial government.
Let's talk about 8 and 9 for a second.
That's a very interesting one right now.
David Barrett was our last guest on the show. Susan Vukadinovic was also. We are waiting to hear if she's going to come on the show, and then we're going to take a brief break here. But this is close. 412 votes, and we have less than 14 polls still outstanding. Yet again, I don't know where they're from, so it could swing either way, but it looks like we could have a recount if it's really close, but we'll see what happens in a few hours. You just had a smile on your face, so I'm assuming someone else just got declared.
No. I'm just a happy person. I'm just looking because it's really interesting.
The other one that I'm 90% sure I can call right now, even with just over half the percentage, Ward 11 and 13, Miss Nancy Close, who was the education advisor to Mayor Naheed Nenshi. Naheed Nenshi on our show endorsed Nancy Close for today's election. It looks like Nancy will be going back to her old job in the school board trustee position.
Yes.
It's being declared by CBC that Jody Gondek, will be Calgary's next mayor.
You heard it here.
Breaking news.
There you go. Jody Gondek, the city of Calgary has officially elected its first female.
It's looking that way.
First female mayor.
Yeah.
Mayor Nenshi is probably very happy today. Jeremy Farkas is not probably happy today. He ran a tight campaign to try and win, and it looks like he didn't pull it out. What does this say? That we are willing to elect progressives to the mayor's chair, but when it comes to federal politics, we are still stuck in the idea that we have to vote conservative. Let's start with Deborah, because
it's a question that has been on my mind for so long. It's something that I mean, maybe it's the type of voters that vote federally opposed to municipal. It's hard. Alberta historically has been more conservative when it comes to federal politics. That roots back to the hatred towards Ottawa. But I think that, Calgary, as I mentioned a few times, I think things are changing. People's opinions are changing, and we're moving more to a progressive thought pattern, and I think that it's important that we have, like I said, those voices at the table. So I would like to congratulate, I don't know, it's not official yet, but I would like to congratulate the new mayor and Jody Gondek.
I want to take a moment right now and say this. Councillor John Carlo Corra is currently in second place.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
John Carlo Corra is currently being... Naomi Withers is currently in the lead with 183 votes. This is big. If John Carlo Corra, as we talked about, he was expected to win re-election. If this happens with 9 people running...
I have a thing to say.
Go ahead.
So I'm kind of surprised with Ward 13 with what's happening there right now. We have Dan McLean.
Dan McLean potentially defeating incumbent Councillor Diane Collier-Urquhart. Urquhart has been in power since early 2000s, almost as long as Drew Farrell. But it does not look good for her because she is running in third right now. And if there was ever a need to have a Jeremy Farkas against a Jody Gondek, or Jeremy Farkas to Naheed Nenshi, it would be Dan McLean to Jody Gondek. Dan McLean is a conservative. I think he is very much in the Conservative camp. Mr. McLean, if elected, he will be the Conservative voice on that council tomorrow, on Monday morning. And I give credit where credit is due because he did run a fantastic campaign. He was able to win and talk, and he's pledged to run 2 campaigns and only 2 campaigns, but we will see what happens in 8 years or 4 years if he decides to continue on.
Yeah.
Evan Spencer, former assistant to Councillor Keating in Ward 12, is looking like he is going to be up for winning re-election. He will be winning election. He'll be taking over his old boss's job, so that will be interesting to see. In Ward 11, this is the ward that I've been paying attention to mostly. Courtney Brannigan looks like she could be heading to City Hall. Rob Ward, which this is Jeremy Farkas's old riding. Rob Ward is well liked. Courtney Brannigan, for those who follow my Twitter, actually came to this house this afternoon. So she took a personal day. She decided that that's how she was going to do the election day. And she came here and she dropped off a sign. And it's right behind Olga's head right now. And I appreciated that. And we had a great conversation. And I wish her the best. If these numbers hold with 10 polls still outstanding, it could be a potential good night for Courtney Brannigan. So good luck, Courtney.
Yeah, Ward 11's really interesting, because former Farkas riding and also former Brian Peacock riding.
Oh,
Yes, that's true too.
right.
It's very interesting how it kind of, I guess, goes back and forth.
Yeah.
But there's so many. Like, I'm just glued to this, looking at the
Me
results.
too. Where exactly is Ward 11? Sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
I want to say take 6. You know how 6 goes like a weird corner?
Yeah.
Just like literally south.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like
No.
Cranston,
Yep.
like Mahogany.
Yeah, you have Acadia, Bayview, Bel Air, Beltline, Brayside, Britannia, Cedar Brook. I'm not going to go through all the names, but you do have a lot. You do have places like Windsor Park, Rideau Park, Mayfair, Kingsland, Lakeview, that kind of area.
That's pretty. It's a big area.
Yeah.
Especially having like the contrast between the Beltline and then more
Absolutely.
like Acadia. Yeah. So interesting.
So I wanna take a moment here because this is the fun part. Let's talk about the Senate election for a second because these numbers are out.
Are they?
Yep.
I was trying to
I
find
need to
it.
find. Is it the?
They're on the
website?
they're on the Calgary.
okay.
I'm there
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
I'm on the official results. They're on the competitors' numbers. So I apologize for them talking about CBC and Global because they only need to talk about the Cross Border Interview podcast.
No, I have it here. I have the city ones here. Hold on, let me.
I'm currently looking at Lethbridge. Sorry, give me a
I
second.
was looking at Lethbridge too. Okay, well, we have Pam Davidson.
Pam Davison is currently leading with 19%. So Pam Davison, if you do not know, she is a conservative backed Senate candidate, same as Erica Barutz. And if there's another one, I forget his name. I think it's Rick Bonnet, if I'm not mistaken. Naheed Nenshi said that you should go out and vote for Chad Jet Thunder Saunders, and he is currently with 4% of the votes cast in the city of Calgary. Let's be honest, I will say this until the day that the world ends, that this election means nothing. Justin Trudeau does not need to appoint anyone that has been elected in this race. He should, but he does not have constitutionally, he does not have to follow anything that this election says.
Can I speak something? Sorry. It's interesting here, looking at with the daylight savings time.
Oh, are we in that one too?
I do have that here. We have 47% voting yes, 53 voting no.
You know what's shocking? Looking at this equalization question.
Yeah,
I was not surprised. I am surprised that it's this close.
I am too.
With 58% of the vote to 42% of the vote, this is a bad night for Jason Kenney. This number should have been higher. This number should have been in the 70s.
You know,
Uh-oh.
yeah.
What did you?
Sorry.
What just?
No, I just got a text from a friend that CTV is declaring Sohi will win in Edmonton.
Oh.
Oh,
Amarjeet Sohi, former national resource minister. We'll be going back to City Hall in Edmonton. If you remember, before jumping into federal politics in 2015, Amarjeet Sohi was the councillor for Edmonton Millwoods. He was there at, I think it was Ward 11. I apologize to my listeners who were listening and saying, that was Ward 8. As you can tell that I'm, this is one of those days. Susan has said that she is unable to attend because she is in Knoth right now, which is understandable. Her riding is so close. It has not been called. So I want to say this. We're going to take a brief 15-minute recess just so that way I can get water so I'm not dying of thirst here. And I'm assuming my guests here need to go walk the dog. They need to just go take a fresh breath air outside for a few seconds. We're going to come back with some results. We're going to come back with some more interesting conversation. This is shaping up to be a fun night, and we are only in hour 2 of this, and we got another hour and a half left to go. So everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. We will be back at 9:20. Please come back and be with us. So thanks so much, and we'll be back.
See ya.
Welcome back. Thank you for indulging us on our quick break there. We just had to go grab water, walk the dog, get some fresh air because we are in for the long haul now. We have some breaking news that we want to bring you right now. Ward 13 councillor for 20 years, Diane Urquhart Collier, is going down in defeat tonight. She is not heading back to City Hall tomorrow morning. Well, she is, but to hand in her passes because Dan McLean, the Conservative challenger in Ward 13, will be taking over that role tomorrow morning. And on Monday, he will be sworn in as the new councillor for Ward 13. Peter DeMong in Ward 14 will be heading back to council as well. And he will be another term counselor. I apologize right now because we have dogs in the background and it is just one of those things that we need to do. In Ward 12, Evan Spencer, the former assistant to the incumbent counselor Shane Keating, he is going to be the new counselor. He is taking over from his boss. So that is going to be another pick for the Progressives. Ward 6, Richard Pootsman is back in council after a 4-year hiatus, 4-year retirement. He's back in council, defeating challenger Lana Bentley. Lana ran a great campaign, but here we are. And Ward 2 and Ward 1 we had already called. Jennifer Wyness for Ward 2, defeating Joe Maglioka. And Ward 1, Sonia Sharp will be replacing outgoing Ward Sutherland as their councillor. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8 more seats to call before this thing is over. I can tell you that we are still heading into a great unknown because as of Monday morning, the city of Calgary will be run by Jody Gondek, current incumbent Ward 3 councillor. Newly mayoral-elect Jody Gondek, first female to run the city of Calgary. Looking at these results, any surprises so far from any one of you? Let's start with Deborah.
You know, I was on the fence about this one. I had a feeling that she might win, but I knew that it was neck and neck with Farkas and Jody Gondek. So I'm pleasantly surprised that we now have a woman of color. First woman of color in the history of our city to lead as mayor. So I would like to congratulate her in her new role. I think she's going to do great things, and I'm looking forward to see what her first day in office will look like.
Yeah, agreed. Completely agreed. I think it's such an interesting election. There's a lot of surprises that we're seeing.
Absolutely.
The fact that Giancarlo Corra is in such a tight race tells me that I think a lot of polls, you never believe polls because polls always, if we had polls, we'd be heading to a liberal majority government, and we have a minority government right now. This is going to be an interesting 4 years.
Agreed. I mean, I'm looking right now at Ward 9, and they have 33 out of 34 polls, and Giancarlo's only leading by 492 votes.
And it all depends on where that vote is coming from, right? Mm-hmm. If that vote is coming from a good Giancarlo area, then he could potentially be running, going back to re-election. But as of right now, as of 9:27 on Monday night, the only incumbent that is returning to office tomorrow morning, besides Jody Gondek, but she has a new job, so she's not really an incumbent, she is a newly elected mayor, is Peter DeMong. This, if there was ever a time when politics is going to be done differently, the next 4 years, this, I hate to reference this, but this is 2015 all over again. This is waking up and realizing that the NDP have been just elected to the province of Alberta. Yeah. What's going on? Like, you were in this position. There's, take me through your process the morning after you were elected, because outside of things that happened, but that night you are now put the weight of your city, your province on your shoulders. What are these people thinking right now who are now going to the halls of power?
It's such a humbling experience, especially for someone who never ran before and was not predicted to win. For me, it was quite the shock, but I did go to the doors. I did have a DIY campaign team We did our best, and the results favored in my way. But yeah, it definitely is exciting, a little bit anxiety ridden, because this is a new role it was for me at the time, and I wasn't totally sure what to expect, but I was pleasantly surprised, and I think that a lot of these candidates, we're going to have a brand new council except for one incumbent so far. So
Exactly.
So far, so yeah, I think that I think it's good to have change, to have the same councilors over and over again, same mayor over and over again. Yeah, it can get stale.
So is this a referendum on Jason Kenney? Jeremy Farkas was the conservative candidate in this election. Jody Gondek, well, her politics has been very fluid. I use that word lightly. She ran against Jason Kenney. She ran against Jason Kenney hard, that she was going to basically ask for a better deal from Jason Kenney, which he has done to Justin Trudeau. Is this an indictment on Jason Kenney? Because Amarjeet Sohi, liberal, has been elected the leader of Edmonton. Jody Gondek, woman of color, has been elected leader of Calgary. Two of the biggest cities are now represented by people of color. Is this this has to be an indictment on Jason Kenney at the end of the day?
100%. Yes. And
thank you for saying that.
And seeing is that I'm for sure not going to get elected tonight, which we can talk about that after. I will speak a bit more freely on that. Yeah, 100% this is in that regard, because I mean, just look at this. People were expecting Jeremy Farkas to win. And to be fair, I thought he was going to win as well. He was not the person that I voted for. And you know what? This is a good surprise.
Oh yeah.
At least I think that. But
I
anyway,
think for the majority of Calgarians, this is a good surprise, considering the numbers we're seeing right now.
100%.
Yeah.
This is I feel like for the next hour we're just gonna be like, what the hell? What happened? What is going on? My computer screen literally just blacked out, so I can't even tell you what's happening. This is energy 101. So I'm just going to.
I'm telling you, it's election day. It's weird.
It's election day, so I'm just gonna throw it over to the guest here for a second to talk about some more school board results here. So just dive into that a little bit while I try to figure out my screen here.
I will happily go through them right now. So, with wards 1 and 2, we have Dana Downey in the lead, who she's a great candidate. My family lives in Ward 1, so I know they voted for her, and they took a sign for her as well. No, she was a great candidate as well. She's leading with a huge majority, so congrats to her. Congrats. 3 and 4. This I am the most happy about, because Laura Hack is the first candidate to unseat an incumbent in the school board. And you know what? She deserves that. She has worked so hard on her campaign from what I've been seeing, and she will be a great advocate for public education, which is what we need.
I agree, and I had the pleasure of meeting Laura Hack, and I know how hard she worked in that campaign. She was on the doors every day, nonstop. Didn't take one day off. So, congratulations to her.
Yeah. Now we're looking at 5 and 10. We have Marilyn Dennis in the lead, chair of the board. She is winning, which good for her as well. And it's a huge amount of candidates running in 5 and 10. In the lead. And you know what? Obviously, I am sad that I'm not winning, but good for her, because I know she's against their curriculum, and I know she'll keep the government to account. Then we have an 8 and 9, which is so close with Susan and David. Very, very close versions will happen there. 11 and 13, we're going to have Nancy Close, most likely. 12 and 14, we'll have Charlene May, from what it's looking like right now, which also great. Yeah, so I'm happy that hopefully we will have a progressive board who will stand to this government about this draft curriculum, because it's garbage.
I agree. I think that it's time that we have candidates who are going to sit as school board trustees who are going to stand up against this curriculum and make sure it's done right. Now, I believe that we just got another elected candidate in Ward 12. Did we announce that?
Evan Spencer has already been declared as the winner, so yes, good old Ward 12. We are all watching different programs right now, so that way we can bring you the latest and greatest news as it happens. Let's dive into the mayor's race a little bit, because third place, Jeff Davison. I just want to make sure that I'm doing the math here correctly if I'm not missing anyone. Zane Novak, 1%. Jan Damery, 2%. Bradfield, 5%. It truly was a two-horse race this whole election, wasn't it? They did not get out of the race, and here we are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was definitely the discussion amongst candidates that it shouldn't be a two-horse race in this. And I sympathize with that wholeheartedly. I do get it. But, I mean, now we're seeing that this was actually the reality. And you know what? I think having Jody Gondek is going to be a big change, and a change for the better.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm a bit shocked that Kevin J. Johnston got 0.42% of the vote.
I thought he would have got more, to be honest.
So, just to break in, Jasmine Main, a Ward 3 councillor, has just been declared the winner. Jasmine Main, former Olympian, is heading to City Hall. Hopefully she can take some of that Olympian spirit and take it to City Hall. So, just to recap right now, we are currently sitting on 4 women elected, 4 men elected. We are half and half on this city, as I don't know what to say, but Jasmine Main becomes the 4th woman elected. This is more women elected than last election and ever that we have ever seen.
I'm so happy. And she's a woman of color, too.
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, did you want to speak to that? Because you said on, what was it called? Sorry, the YYC...
BLM. Yeah, the Black Lives Matter. Yes, so they did have a panel for women of color candidates. I was on there. Jasmine was not on there, but we did have a bunch of other really good candidates who did show up. But I'm not sure if Chris wants to take over. I saw a look on.
No, I just want to break in as well. Ward 5 is now 30 out of 30 polls have been counted. Raj Diwali is heading to City Hall. I had the pleasure of sitting down and talking to Raj over the last few months in my shows, and I wish him the best on Monday when he gets sworn in as the new incumbent, new councillor-elect for Ward 5, taking over for current federal MP George Chahal. Raj Diwali, congratulations to your election. And I'm just looking at the numbers, and it looks like those are the only one. But out of 28 out of 28 polls currently reporting in Ward 10, Andre Chabot, it looks like he will be heading back to City Hall as well with Richard Pootsman. So Richard and Andre will be the old guys on the block with Peter DeMong. But we do have some returning names, and people in the halls of power will know these people. So... it looks, with all polls reporting, there still could be some numbers trickling in, but with a 5% vote lead, it looks like Andre Chabot is going to be the next councillor. And I'm going to predict it right now. I'm going to say the Cross Border Interview Podcast declares that it is officially elected.
You heard it here first, folks. I mean, we're getting down to the wire here for a lot of these awards. Yeah, Ward 8 right now, we're at 33 out of 35 polls. Courtney Walcott in the lead by 31%. So, yeah, I mean, it's a tight race.
There are elections that are... There are wards right now that are currently outstanding that it could sway, but looking at the vote gap, looking at how many polls are outstanding still... I don't think it could potentially sway. Take 7, for example. Terry Wong currently has a 5% lead, which is roughly about 600 votes. 3 polls are outstanding. That is a large gap to close within the next 3 polls. If it's splitting the way that it is, because with Aaron Waite and Heather McRae both taking 21% of the vote, I could potentially see this as a Terry Wong walkaway, and Terry Wong has run a few times before. It looks like he will be heading to the halls of power tomorrow morning or Monday morning. Marilyn North Pagan at 14%. So here we are.
I saw another poll here. Where are we? Oh yeah, Ward 9, 33 out of 34, and John Carlos still in the lead. So
John Carlo is still holding on.
I think that it's safe to say that he might be.
He might be heading back to. I would, with it being, this is gonna be a fun night. Sean Chu is still leading though. He has now opened up a 3% lead, 500 votes over his closest challenger, DJ Kelly. I hate saying this. Anyone who's listened to the show, and literally we just talked to Jan Damery about it, you know that I hate strategic voting. I hate it with a passion. You vote for the person you want at the end of the day. Angela McIntyre in Ward 4 is taking 12% of the vote right now. She is a progressive. She is on the progressive side of the political spectrum, just like DJ Kelly. Sean Chu, if he wins tonight, it's going to be a very close margin. Does DJ Kelly wake up tomorrow morning and have a hate out for Angela McIntyre, or is it just the way our politics is? It is how it is, and we are now electing someone who is being accused of sexually assaulting a 16-year-old girl.
Well, you know that's not the first time that happens in politics.
Happened federal election. I am still flabbergasted that I'm even looking at that number and it's that close.
Yeah. It upsets me, to be honest with you. Yeah.
It is sad. It is a sad state of affairs that a man like Sean Chu, as I don't know him, I've never met him, but anyone who's accused of that should just walk away.
Yeah, I agree.
Tomorrow morning, please just walk away.
You were correct about Andre Chabot. He is now being declared the winner.
Look at that. Cross-Border Interview Podcast had it first for Ward 10. Andre Chabot is heading back to the seat of power with Richard Putensman and Peter DeMong. We got Peter, Andre, and I feel like this is like Peter, Paul, and Mary. Peter, Paul, and Richard are back in the power. Oh, God.
Wow. What a night.
What?
So many emotions.
And we're not even done. Let's look around the city. So as you guys talk about, are we talking Lethbridge now, or do you want to wait a few minutes? Or
Okay, well, when we look at Lethbridge, we have 9 out of the 17 voting locations reported.
okay,
So I think we still have a ways to go there.
okay. So they're still they're trickling in. They're not doing as well as they should be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might I mention something a little bit just different, but something I think interesting to bring up? So, I'm on the Look Forward Calgary website right now, and it's fascinating to me because a lot of those candidates have won that were endorsed by
That pack.
Yeah.
So does union money matter? $1.4 million in unions were doled out to Jody Gondek, Sonia Sharp, Jennifer Wyness, Jasmine Main, Raj Dawal, Evan Spencer.
100%. Because look here, we have Jennifer Linus, we have Jasmine Yan, DJ Kelly, Raj Dhaliwal, Lana Bentley, Marilyn North-Pagan, Courtney Walcott, Giancarlo Cara, Abed Harb, Courtney Brannigan, Evan Spencer, and Jay Unsworth. I mean, without we have Jennifer Linus, Jasmine Yan, Raj Dhaliwal, and Courtney Walcott is also currently in the lead, and Giancarlo, who's currently in the lead, Evan Spencer. So quite a few of them won or are winning.
Well, that's interesting.
I believe Courtney Brannigan too, I don't know if I said her. But, yeah, I don't know, this is certainly interesting. What do you think?
No, I think that there's some truth to that. That union money does have an influence. Sorry, there's a dog barking in my ear.
Yeah, I apologize, everyone. I'm just trying to get my husband's attention to get the dog, so that way we can stop hearing the background noise of him being so upset that a certain councillor didn't win or a certain person didn't get elected tonight. She just wants to come and visit you. That's all it is.
Exactly. She does. That's okay.
Yeah, I apologize immensely for that. I did take myself off the screen there for a second because I'm just looking around the province as well, because I'm going up to my old neck of the woods, seeing if the people of the town of Slave Lake have elected their leader, but they haven't, because their communications person got fired, and he did a great job of actually putting out information on election day, and here we are on election day, and the only post that they did was 12 hours ago, so I shouldn't say
Looks
that.
like for Cochrane, their mayor has been acclaimed.
You heard it here first, guys. Cochrane has acclaimed their mayor.
Jeff Genna. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should. Anyway. So.
What about Banff? Because the current mayor is currently going off to sit in the Senate, which many expect Don Iverson and Naheed Nenshi to be doing as well in a few minutes. But have they released their election result in Banff? With it looks like they have. Corey DeMaio is heading back because she was the interim mayor after Karen Sorensen left. She is unofficially elected the leader, the next mayor of Banff. We are seeing women take over.
Good.
We are seeing. Let's go down to Okotoks, because that's another one that a candidate who has been on the show before, Tanya Thorne, announced that she was running for mayor. Probably just before the election, their current mayor had passed away, so it was an open seat. But as of right now, on their website, the Okotoks website, they have not announced any official results, so we are still waiting to hear from that. Tanya Thorne is potentially heading to the mayor's chair on that one. If she does, she has promised to come back on the show, so I'm holding that to you, Tanya. So here we are. And the other one is Innisfil. She is, there's a counselor there who is running for election. For mayor, again, women are running for mayor and they're getting elected. So we do not see any information. I do not see any information on their website or results.
Courtney Walcott has been declared the winner for Ward 8.
Courtney Walcott taking.
Here first.
Courtney Walcott, the teacher turned politician, the now Councillor-elect Walcott will be heading to the place of power, taking over from Evan Woolley, who endorsed him earlier at the end of the advanced voting. So Courtney Walcott will be part of the next city council. I can say the town of Innisfil has elected Jean Barclay, a woman, to be their next mayor as well. Women are doing it for themselves, and I give credit where credit's due. What about the ward races in Edmonton? Do we have any results there?
Aaron Paquette has been declared.
So
Congratulations.
good for him. What about Papisto?
Let me see.
Papisto is the riding that Krista Goa, who came on the show, talked about her campaign, how she's doing. I want to know how she's doing, but it looks like women are. So right now we are sitting at a 1, 2, 3.
Which one is this, sir?
Papisto
Nope, we have Michael Jans.
is declared winner
There's the winner. Kirsten Goa was in second place.
by close margin.
No, so Michael won was 40.68% of the vote,
Okay.
and Kirsten with 19.88.
So there is some blood between those two candidates that that spilled over in the provincial politics realm of the arena. So Kristen, I love her. She's a great candidate. I wish her the best of luck in the next in the future. But congratulations to Michael, the next councillor-elect for Papisto. Back here in Edmonton, back here in Calgary, we are still waiting on numbers. I'm not sure if it's last minute counting or what, but we are still waiting for numbers to come out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 out of 14, 11 out of 15 declared elected in the city of Calgary. We are still waiting for Ward 11, Ward 9, Ward 7, and Ward 4. These are going to be close races throughout the night. But let's go back down to the equalization here, the two other referendum questions. So Daylight saving times, let's start with that one first. It looks like we are heading, at least in Calgary, the province could change, and the farmers of this province could say, no, we want to stick to one time zone. But it looks like 51 to 49%. We will be turning back our clocks here in a few weeks or next month, next year. So here we are. And then the official referendum on equalization. This was a hot button topic for a lot of candidates, a lot of federal or provincial politicians, I should say, with just under 60% of the vote. It looks like Calgary is up for negotiations with the federal government when it comes to equalization. So here we are. This is a new world we're going to be living in, and if it wasn't a waste of money to do these things, I would say they are, but they are. Especially those.
Yeah, and I have to say, for that equalization payments, it doesn't only affect Alberta, but it affects our entire country. And I think that it's been a hot, what's the word, clickbait almost, where people see, oh, equalization, oh no, we don't want that because screw Ottawa.
Yeah.
Well, it's more than that. We want to ensure that we have an equitable country that we're helping, especially now when we're in a pandemic and we're reaching out to other provinces for their assistance. It only makes sense that we continue with these equalization payments to ensure that we have the help that we need as well. But yeah, I think it's just been highly politicized, and it's a shame. I think that it's a conversation that is much needed, and I think there needs to be more education around it.
I agree wholeheartedly on that one. I'm just looking through it. The other ones, it looks like Donna Downey is heading to the school board trustee as Ward 1 and 2. Looks like, as we said, Laura Hack has defeated incumbent Althea Adams to win her seat. If you haven't already, go check out our interview with Laura. It was a great interview and a great conversation. Marilyn Dennis, which is always weird to me because there's a reporter who's named Marilyn Dennis, and I always think that when I see the signs, I'm like, hey, that's a school board trustee. Marilyn Dennis looks like she's going to be heading back to City Cal Board of Education as well. Patricia Bolger is heading to the Calgary Board of Education as Ward 6 and 7. And Susan Vukadinovich is still in a tight race against David Barrett. I had both of these candidates on the show with just under 500 votes separating the two of them right now. This could be potentially going to a recount because it is so close. Usually automatic recount within less than 1%, but I'm not sure exactly if that's... Oh, the numbers just got a little bit closer, so they are getting... close to the point, and Nancy Close is back in her job. Good for her. I appreciate her. She's coming back on the show. I love her. We had a great conversation between her and I. And Charlene May. Charlene May looks like she is heading to City Hall, the Calgary Board of Education as well.
Sorry to interrupt. We have breaking news. Giancarlo Cara has been elected.
Giancarlo.
How many incumbents do we have so far?
We have 2 incumbents now. And so we have 2 out of 4. So the only one we're waiting for now is Ward 4, Sean Chu. Will he be reelected? Will he be defeated by DJ Kelly? We will wait and see. Giancarlo Cara. So let's talk about that right now. So we now are looking more men on this board, on this council, but we do have a better representation of women on this council as well. We still have a chance to have Ward 7, Ward 11, and Ward 4 still go to women, but it looks like Ward 4 is going to be a man. Ward 7 could be anyone, and Courtney Brannigan is still holding out a lead that has been there since the beginning of this campaign, and with only 1 poll remaining, it looks like Courtney Brannigan will probably be the next city councillor for Ward 11, taking over for Jeremy Farkas. Many expected Rob Ward to be the heir apparent to Jeremy Farkas. They align themselves quite closely, but here we are. I want to take a moment and say to Ward 11 residents, you had a lot of great candidates running in this election. There's two that I want to point out directly right now. Courtney Brannigan and Lauren Herschel. They have been fantastic. Their social media game, their dedication to the city has been top notch. So I appreciate everything that those two women have done. Running in a group of men is not always the easiest thing to do. I am a man, so I cannot relate. Yes, my privilege is showing. But here we are.
5 has been declared.
5 is Raj Dawali.
Well, yes.
Dahali, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, I probably have pronounced it wrong as well. So we are now 3 seats away from this thing being over. 10 months. January 1st, 2021, this campaign unofficially kicked off. And we have been sitting here for the last 10 months waiting for candidates. And truly, the election didn't start until the federal election was done on September 20th. Which was the day of the nominations being closed. So we have literally spent the last 10 months and we have a new council. I have to say that. We are in some uncharted territories. So John Carlo, Peter DeMong, only 2 returning councillors so far. Joe Maglioka has gone down in defeat. Diane Urquhart Collier has gone down in defeat to Dan McLean. Jennifer Wyness ran in 2017 in Ward 2. She has picked up the seat from Joe Maglioka. And it's going to be fun. Yeah. It's I know we're still waiting for results, and I've asked this a few times, but I'm going to keep on asking. What's next? What does Jody Gondek have to do tomorrow morning?
You start.
I don't know. I'm honestly just like, I don't know.
And that's my thing. Like, I'm looking at these numbers, I'm going, okay, I don't know either.
I'm thinking personally what Jeremy Park is going to do tomorrow.
Pick up his signs?
As most candidates will. Yeah, that's a whole other.
Well, I think she's gonna rest a little bit. It's been a long election. But you know, when we start, what's the official when she gets sworn in?
Monday morning at 9 o'clock.
Monday morning.
Monday morning, Naheed Nenshi is no longer mayor of the great city of Calgary.
Yeah.
It's a complete. So the only reason I know that is because I had a candidate here this morning, and she took me through the who's, what, where, when's, why's. And so tomorrow they go and they get their credentials all sorted out through City Hall. Wednesday, Thursday they have orientation. Friday they have orientation as well, but it's more in depth. And then Monday morning, 9 o'clock, they are sworn in as the next council, and they have a budget to pass within 3 to 4 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Brand new council.
Yeah, a brand new council with 4 people who know the halls of power. 2 that have been out of politics for 4 years, so it's going to be a complete new game change for them. I don't know who that is. I don't know, but I'm just going to throw it over to you guys for a second while I check something. So if you want to talk about what...
Yeah, I have some things to say.
Let's talk.
Well, currently, Sean Chu is in the lead by a bit more now. He is leading by 1,135 votes. And they have 27 out of 30 polls reported for Sean Chu.
27 out of 30?
Yes. So there's still time for that to change.
Some hope.
Let's see here. Hold on. Just bear with us, folks.
Why did DJ Kelly on his social media said that he knocked on like 1,100?
10,000 doors.
10,000 doors, thank you. And that's quite a feat.
10,000 doors, and here we are.
Yeah. So close. So I'm rooting for him. I hope that he wins.
I am as well. He seems like a good guy. Came on the show. I hate to keep on harking back to the show, but I can say I have chatted with 1, 2, 3, 4, five out of the 15, six is the mayor. The new mayor-elect. I've chatted with 6 of the candidates who are currently elected to the city hall. Jeebus.
Yeah. Well, and it's currently with Ward 7, we have under 1,000 votes separating Terry Wong and Heather McRae.
Is Heather McRae still in second?
Yes, she is. You know, it's interesting. So we have Terry Wong here with 4,755 votes. We have Heather McRae with 3,905. And Aaron Waite with 3,795. So, tied between Heather and Aaron right now.
Are you shocked at that?
Yes.
I am shocked that no offense to anyone who's run this campaign. They've all done it their way that they believe is the right way to run this campaign. Social media is how you win this campaign. Terry Wong was not on social media. I've tried to follow that guy, but he's not put that much out.
Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen him at all.
Exactly, but it looks like he will be in the halls of power. And for everyone I've interviewed, they all said communications and transparency was their number one issue. So I hope a lot of these candidates get social media profiles tomorrow morning, because we are going to be here asking the questions. What are you doing and how are you doing it? The other thing that these new councillors will have to do is hire staff.
That's true.
They have to hire staff. They have 3 people they have to hire for their offices now.
Well, I know Olga and I are always for...
There you go. There you go.
Hit us up.
No, I'm going back to finish I'm going to do my second degree now.
So are you comfortable talking now?
Yes.
So how are you feeling?
You know, I understand. I'm definitely disappointed, but you know, I'm happy that we're going to have, from what I can see, a majority progressive board, and I think that was the biggest issue. The whole reason I ran was because we needed more progressives on the board. I mean, we're going to have this draft curriculum be voted on again in the fall next year, and now I can say with pretty much certainty that it will be rejected again. So we'll see what the Kennedy government does. If, let's say, that there's a provincial election that comes after all of this, because who knows what happened there. But yeah, no, I mean, this is good. I'm most happy right now for Laura Hack, because truth, honesty here, I know her, and I think that she worked hard. She ran the last election as well, didn't win, but you know what? She came back and she worked so hard.
She is a teacher by trade, right?
Yes.
That's what I thought. So is she no longer a teacher if she's a school board trustee?
No, she, from what I believe that anyone who was running for trustee who is an educator has to resign prior to being nominated.
Okay. So she hasn't been a teacher for some time. Okay. I was just wondering that because it was interesting. I forgot to ask that question to her when she was on the show, but we are at the 10 o'clock hour here, guys. We could be going late night because it looks like that one poll in Ward 11 just does not want to come in. I know that there were reports that some polling stations ran out of ballots because they were not prepared for the influx of people, but we are here.
We are here.
We are here, and we are waiting for 4. Once the last one is 4, 7, 11.
4, 7, 11.
So 4 is.
Here we go. They have declared the first trustee that I can see here. Dana Downey has been declared winner for wards 1 and 2. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Great. We'll come on the show. I would love to have you. City of Lethbridge has declared Hagen as the next mayor of Lethbridge. So it looks like numbers are coming in slowly for
One more poll. We're waiting on one more.
Okay. City of Chestermere, incumbent retired. Colvin is going to be the mayor. Councillor Young, female Michelle Young, decided to try to run for that position that was opening up by the incumbent mayor. She has gone down in defeat, and Jody Gondek is giving her a victory speech now. I would say turn over and go to that.
Can we listen to it?
I am just trying to figure out how do I.
While Chris is figuring that out, I can speak speak to the Senate candidates who are here. Oh, wait.
Well, hello, Calgary. Let's begin by acknowledging that we live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Siksika, the Kainai, the Piikani, the Tsuut'ina, and the Stoney Nakoda Nations, the Métis Nation, Region 3, and all the people who make their homes in the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta. Thank you, Calgary, with all of my heart. Thank you for engaging in democracy and sending a clear signal about what our future looks like. Thank you for embracing a vision of promise and opportunity. This election is about all of you and the many things that you believe we can accomplish together. It's also about the hard work of so many candidates and their campaign teams who ran because they all believed in our city. This election is about my own campaign team. It's about 1,200 volunteers strong. Volunteers who gave their time and energy to a common purpose, to ensuring that we gave people a reason to vote. My heart is full at the thought of how much love and support I have received, not only from the day I announced, but all the way up to today. This election is also about my family. Justice, Todd, and my mom, please know that all of your sacrifices did not go unnoticed. Thank you for taking this journey with me, for caring about me, and believing in me. This election is also about my dad, who left us far too early. It was actually his unfinished community service that I picked up in 2000.
I'm sorry there, guys. I don't know what just happened there, but it seems like
The connection?
yeah, my internet just screwed up there, and I apologize. And for some reason, my mic is not even working right now, so I'm just gonna try and set something up here and just make sure that I'm not out creek without a paddle. So if you guys can just talk for 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't sure if our mic
Yeah,
was still working
No,
or
yours
not
is still
either.
working.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, we don't have any updates that I can see for counselor.
What about the Senate? Do you want to talk about the Senate?
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say is that hold on, let me pull that right back up
no
here.
problem.
With the two top contenders as of currently, we have, and I'll get to it in 1
I
second.
see Pam Davidson.
Yes, Pam Davidson and Erica. I'm gonna butcher last name. Barutis. Yes. So those are the top two as of right now, and yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, it hasn't changed much, but they have 246 out of 259 of those polls reported. So there is that.
And have we moved on any of the referendum questions?
Good question here. Let's take a look.
And I'm back.
Oh,
There we
Chris
go.
is back.
There we go.
And
Sorry about that, guys.
it's still with referendum 1 question on the equalization. Yes, equalization. 59% voted yes, and 41% voted no. And for daylight savings time, 49 yes, 51 no.
Okay.
So it's still pretty much the same, from what I can see. I don't think that will be changing much, given that we don't have many more polls to go through.
Right.
What do you think?
I think, the way that they worded these questions is quite convoluted.
Quite convoluted? They are convoluted.
They are convoluted.
Convoluted called, and they want their words back.
I mean, I don't know if that was done on purpose to confuse people. But even looking at the daylight savings time question, I'm still a little bit like, so yes means that we're going to adopt a year-round daylight savings time, correct?
Yes.
So we're not.
So you want to vote no if you want to continue switching back and forth between your two time zones.
Yeah. So we want to stay on the daylight savings time throughout the year. However, I believe that we should be on the standard time instead of the daylight savings time.
And at the end of the day, here's the question. Here's what I have to say about this. If you have to explain the question that you're voting on, if it's not a simple yes or no answer, then you have lost the race. And I think that's why those numbers are getting so confused right now, because I think a lot of people didn't understand it. And at the end of the day, this question should not have been put to the people.
Yeah. My good friend, Laura Hack, has been officially elected.
Congratulations. Mazel tov.
Yeah, seriously.
You heard it here semi-first.
Well earned.
I'm so happy for her.
Yes. But yeah, back to that. I think that we should adopt a standard time because there are experts who talk about the circadian rhythm, and that is a healthier time frame that we would be able to adapt easier rather. Anyway, they just changed a little bit. Not
Did
really. Nah, it's still 49%. Yes, and 51% no. Oh, so it looks like we're not going to be. I'm still confused.
Welcome to the Cross-Border
Moving
Interview
on.
Podcast, where we confuse you on the results of the confusion, equalization, and confusing daylight savings question. Next time, Jason Kenny, if you can just go into the polling station and just ask one simple question, that'd be greatly appreciated.
No,
Do you like daylight savings time? That should have been the question. Yes or no? Do you like changing your clocks back every 2 hours? I'm going to disappoint you guys right now.
Okay.
Sean Chu is going to win tonight.
Well, I hope he resigns.
He will not. No. He will be... There is a conservative caucus now in City Hall. Dan McLean, Andre Chabot, Richard Putzman, as he's a centrist, but he is more right than, say, some of the other people who have won tonight. And there's a progressive vote. There is the Look Forward Calgary. And right now, if I'm doing my math correctly, the Look Forwards have the majority. We have Sonia Sharp, Jennifer Winus, Jasmine Main, Raj Diwali, Courtney Walcott, Evan Spencer, that's 6. And Jody Gondek, that's 7. They need one more person.
Which is the last ward that we're waiting on?
Courtney,
11?
11, 7, and 4.
And with Terry, I'm not totally sure where he lies on
He's a conservative.
He's a conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is on the right of the spectrum. And I appreciate everything that they do, but this is going to be fun. Raj Diwali, Richard Putzman.
A lot of emotions tonight.
Yeah.
There is. I was not expecting to go until 10:30, but here we are.
Marilyn Dennis has been declared winner for 5 and 10.
The chair of the Board of Education is heading back to the Calgary Board of Education. What about the separate school boards? Do we know any of the names there? Do we know? Because as much as I keep on talking about what all these great people are doing, let's talk about that.
Yes. So for separate school trustee in Calgary wards 1, 2, and Cochrane, we have Myra D'Souza.
Okay.
Then in 3, 4, and Airdrie, Linda Wellman. Separate for wards 4 and 7, Pamela Ruth. 6 and 8 was acclaimed by Lori
Ioana Lavely?
I'm so sorry.
Yep.
For Calgary 9, 10,
And Chestermere.
Shannon Cook.
Okay.
And that's
I saw a Shannon Cook sign today and it was knocked over and I was going to pick it up, but I didn't. But I'm going to say to the people who are listening to this right now, hi, my name's Christopher Brown. I like political signs, as you can tell behind Olga and Deborah right now. I'm going to be out tonight. I'm going to be just grabbing one for historical sakes. If you are missing a sign when you're going around picking them up, just come to my house, message me, and we will return it. But I just wanted, for memento's sake, to have these signs because it is important to ensure that democracy survives. And for me, democracy survives by me keeping your signs. So not all of them. Please don't drop all of them off. But if you have one sign or a button, happy to add them to the many walls.
I will say Patricia Bolger has officially won in 6 and 7, so congratulations to her.
Congratulations, Patricia.
Yeah, congratulations.
What is the first step that she needs to do now? because you were running for this position. What would you be doing in this position? She is now the counselor, the trustee-elect. What would she be? What would you be doing?
Well, in that position, be kind of consulting with everyone who's been elected. I'm sure that's going to be happening very soon here, and kind of form a plan of what's going to happen now with this draft curriculum. That's going to be the big thing here. Advocating for more schools, so we need that. Advocating for proper COVID protocols in schools, because I mean we're seeing cases. I mean the case counts are definitely changing right now, but we're seeing a huge increase in children contracting COVID, which is terrifying. I mean anyway.
And I actually have a few friends who are teachers, and they've said to me that they have to remind children to put their masks on. A lot of these children come from homes where they are told not to wear a mask. So this is why it's so important to have a mask mandate to protect, our vulnerable children who cannot get vaccinated. So I think congratulations to Patricia, but she does have an important role to play now.
Yeah. And we also have Nancy Close for 11 and 13 being declared. And for 12 and 14, Charlene May. So congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations.
And from what I can see, we have a majority progressive board, which is what I'm most happy about. Obviously, I'm disappointed I didn't win. But you know what? I'm young. Who knows what the future holds?
Hey, I have been in your shoes, Olga, and I commend you for running. You put your name forward, and that is so important. So I'm sure you might have not won tonight, but you are a role model for so many women out there. So I'm proud of you, and good job.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean, and I guess like with diversity, like it's all women from what it looks like.
Yeah.
I will say they're with. I don't know completely. Maybe I'm incorrect here, but it is all white women. So I mean, we do have room for diversity in this, but I'm glad there's women. So that is an important thing.
We're looking at Ward 8. That has not been declared yet.
8 and 9? No, it has
8 and 9,
not.
yes.
It is incredibly close between Susan and David.
Yeah.
Very close. They have 2 more polls remaining.
We'll see what happens.
Indeed, we will see what happens.
Sorry, I'm sending out invites to some of these candidates who have been declared winners because they said they would talk to me on election night if they won. So let's see if they will hold themselves to that word and actually come on the show and talk, because we want to hear from you, the candidates, and we want to get your message out. So if you have some time, message us, crossborderphotography@gmail.com. Send us a tweet, send us a Facebook message. We will get back to you, but we would love to talk. We would love to talk to any of the candidates who have run and are looking at these results as well. And send us some messages as well. We're getting some comments on our YouTube channel as well, and
How's that going?
people.
What are the comments saying?
What about school board trustee for Ward 7 who is leading? We just talked about that. Someone laughed at Cochrane. We mentioned Cochrane, so they laughed at that. Yay, Laura. Let's go Olga for Ward 7. Keep daylight saving time. Abolish the Senate. Oh, the never important Senate election. Nutri-Grain bar and a Mountain Dew for dinner, y'all.
Healthy breakfast.
I'm assuming you know who that is.
I don't know who said that.
I Killed Prince.
Shout out to you.
Shout out to I Killed Prince. Very much appreciate it. We have, at one point in time, we had about 90 people watching this.
Yay!
There you go.
Watching us.
Yes, thank you so much for tuning in to our little show that we produced on such a shoestring budget. But here we are. We are, for those who have tuned in and are listening, you know that I'm sitting down with former MLA for Calgary Bow and the Calgary representative for Alberta, Calgary advisor, for Alberta Council, Deborah Drever, and Olga Barcelo, candidate for Ward 6 and 7 school board trustee. We have had a fun 3 hours. 3 hours and 19 minutes we have been talking about this election. And it's been the three of us. We've had Jan Damery on, we had Mike Lavallee on, and we appreciate all of them for coming on and doing this. We were expecting a few others that did not show up on the time that they did, that they were supposed to come on, but here we are. We are going to be closing off at 10:30 because we are I think we're going to be waiting for a while if we didn't, because some of these polls are still outstanding, and it is one poll.
City of Lethbridge has all of their polls reported. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. My sister did not make the top 8. But I just wanted to, say that I'm so proud of her campaign. I know she worked extremely hard. She was out on that doorstep, and my niece Gwen, who is 11 years old, who is out there, talking to voters, talking about climate change, affordable childcare, free transit. I know those are big issues from her campaign, and so I just wanted to say that I am so proud of her, regardless of the results tonight. But I do want to congratulate the new council. So.
Jen is her name?
Jen Prosser, yeah.
Jen, from everyone here at the Crossword Interview Podcast, thank you for doing what many people are afraid to do, putting your name forward. We have seen tonight, Jennifer Winus, who ran in 2017, come back 4 years later and win against a incumbent city councilor, which is hard to win sometimes. We are seeing Giancarlo Corra almost go down in defeat against a unknown sort of upstart candidate. So you may have lost tonight, but at the end of the day, you continue to do what you need to do, and you will win in 4 years. You will win. You are destined for the seat of power, and you will get it if you continue on. So stick with it. I appreciate everyone who has put their name forward in this election, because we are better off because of the people like you and the candidates who have put their name forward. So we're going to recap one last time as we wait for these results to come in. City of Calgary has elected its first female mayor. On Monday, October 25th, the City of Calgary will be helmed by Jody Gondek, current incumbent city councilor for Ward 3. We have 3 women councillors. Ward 1, Sonia Sharp, replacing Ward Sutherland. Ward 2, Jennifer Winus, defeating Joe Maglioka. Ward 3, Jasmine Main, who is a former Olympian. Ward 4, we're still outstanding. We're still waiting for that. Sean Chu and DJ Kelly were in a neck-and-neck race, but the lead is opening up for Sean Chu, so it could be a potential win for Sean Chu. But we will continue to hold out and see, because we still have 3 polls out, and we don't know where they are from. Ward 5, Raj Dhaliwal, is replacing current MP-elect George Chahal. Raj is going to be in City Hall as of Monday morning. Stan Sadhu came in second. Aaron Sadat came in third. Richard Pootman for Ward 6 is going back to City Hall with 48% of the vote. Richard is retired 4 years ago. Jeff Davison took over, and Richard is now heading to his old seat. He's back in power, and he's back in his office. Ward 7, we're still outstanding. We have 2 polls that are still outstanding, and Terry Wong is leading with 5% of the vote, with 26% of the vote, sorry. So Terry Wong looks like it, but Heather McRae is second place. So it's still early. I should say it's still early. We're a few moments away from finding out that. Courtney Walcott, Ward 8, will be replacing outgoing candidate councillor Evan Woolley. Evan Woolley endorsed him, and here we are. Do you need to go do something? Oh, you just...
No, my laptop's dead.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Giancarlo Corra, 4-term councillor. 3 terms under Mayor Nenshi, 1 term under Jody Gondek. If we ever had a deputy mayor, I could see potentially him being deputy mayor under Jody Gondek, but...
Sorry, who?
Giancarlo Corra.
Oh, okay. It's a long night.
It's only 10:30. Come on.
I'm used to these late night sessions, but my brain's gone back.
Andre Chabot, the former councillor for Ward 10, is going back to City Hall. Ward 10 has had no councillor for the last year since Ray Jones retired. The day after it was possible for the city of Calgary to actually call a by-election. So Andre Chabot is heading back to City Hall, replacing Ray Jones, the long-term councillor for Ward 10 and Ward 5. Ward 11 is still outstanding. We're still waiting for one poll.
Oh, man.
One poll. Courtney Brannigan is a friend. She actually called me a friend today, so I was all excited when she came over. She's like, "You're my friend." I was like, "I have a friend now."
You have a lot of friends.
Yeah, come on.
Thank you.
Two of them are
That's
right
true.
here.
That's true. I apologize. I have another friend. I have women friends.
Yes.
Courtney Brannigan is looking like she could be heading to the City Hall tomorrow morning, but we still are waiting for one poll outstanding. Evan Spencer, former assistant to the great councillor Shane Keating. I was going to call Sean Keating, but Sean Keating is hanging up his ropes after 3 terms, and he is going to retire. And Evan Spencer, we used to work for him, and now is taking over that position. So that transition is going to be quite interesting. Next is Dan McLean. Dan McLean in Ward 13 is taking out long-term incumbent councillor Diane Colley Urquhart. This is a huge blow. I consider Diane a friend. She's a good person. I appreciate everything she's done for the city, but 20 years, the people of Ward 13 were done. She is now probably going to retire, and I wish her the best in that retirement. And Peter DeMong with 65% of the vote. 65% of the vote. Peter DeMong is heading back to City Hall tomorrow morning. It is 10:24. We have not had supper here at the Cross Border Interview Podcast. Final thoughts. And then I'll do my final thought. But we'll start with Olga. Final thoughts on tonight. What are you feeling? Do you have hope for the city?
I have, yes. Here's the thing. I would like to focus with specifically the school board on this matter. I have hope there. We have a progressive board, and you know what? That is the most important thing. I would rather have a progressive board without me per se than, let's say, just someone like me with a ton of other people who do not share the same views that I do about this curriculum and with COVID and with school closures. So, you know what? It is disappointing, but, I'm very happy with the board. I think this is the route that we needed to go, and to ensure our support for public education, because we have a provincial government that is not supporting public education. That's all I'm saying. With the city, I'm a little disappointed with what's happening with Sean Chu, to be perfectly honest with everyone.
I think a lot of people are this morning.
And
I shouldn't say that. 44% of the people of Ward 4 aren't.
I'm taking a look right now at Twitter, and there is upheaval about him
really?
already. Yeah, people are saying that they will be protesting if he doesn't win.
Well, I hope they do.
But it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything at the end of the day. And I apologize for interrupting you, but I just gotta say, protest is good. That's great. But I will ask every single person who is protesting tomorrow: did you vote? If you didn't, do not even think about getting in that protest line. Your vote mattered today. So if you did not vote, do not protest tomorrow, because you do not have the right to say anything, because you had the best weapon today to go out and vote, and you didn't choose to use that. So I apologize for interrupting you. Go back.
No, and I completely agree with you, because for those who don't know, my parents fled a dictatorship, and in a dictatorship you don't have a voice in politics. So I think it makes me really sad when people don't vote, because there's people like my parents who fled their country because they couldn't have any voice in their government, Yeah. And I think that speaks to a lot of us here, a lot of first generation children, people like myself, right? So yeah, it's you, my friend.
Oh, I'm so tired.
She just wants food. We can smell the Chinese food down.
Speak to it. The first thing that comes to mind is, the amount of women that were elected tonight. That is awesome. I think that we now have a new woman of color mayor. I'm excited for the future. To be completely honest with you, I was feeling depressed about our city, the state of our city, the way, there's a lot of people who are unemployed. There are a lot of people who are in situations where they're relying on the food bank. It shouldn't be that way, especially in Calgary. And I think that for the first time we have some hope, and I'm excited to see what this new council does. And congratulations to all the people who won.
I'm going to just say this.
Except for Sean Chu.
He hasn't won yet. He hasn't won yet. We have been here since 7 o'clock this morning. It's just 7 o'clock this morning. It feels like it. 7 o'clock this afternoon. We have done a lot of shows over the last few months. We have tried to get out the word about the candidates who are running. I first want to thank you. And I'm not you, the viewers, yet, because I'm going to do that in a few seconds, and the listeners. But I want to thank you, Olga and Deborah. You took time out of your campaign. You took time out of your day today, and you came down and you sat with us, and you've chatted about politics, and it's been fun. Honestly, I was having a bad morning this morning. I had a few attacks, and when I get it into a groove of actually being able to talk about something I'm passionate about, I enjoy it. And the last 3 hours have flown by, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done over the last few months, because I jokingly said that I have a new friend now, and you said you are, but I do consider you guys friends because you guys have helped me over the last few months, and I'm not trying to bogart the politics part of this yet, but I will talk about that in a few seconds. But thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for just being there, and like even taking time out of tonight and talking as much as you probably were scared to do this. It was fun. I appreciate it so much.
It was so much fun.
We'll do it again.
Oh,
We could make it a month.
Federal election.
We'll talk about politics for days.
There
Oh,
you
yeah.
go. Well, when they get sworn in, we'll have you back and we'll talk about what they are.
Absolutely.
I'd love to. Totally.
Now I want to take a moment and thank you, the listeners and the viewers. The last 2.5 months have been challenging. September 5th, I got the worst news I could possibly get, that my surgery was canceled, and I've been doing this in pain. I've had 2 attacks throughout the night. Exactly. If you take a moment tonight and think of one thing, please think of this. Hug your loved ones. Hug your family, your friends, and reach out to the candidates who lost tonight, because they put their heart and soul in this the last 10 months, however long they were running, and they did this for whatever reason they wished to do it, and our city is better off because of it. Our province, our country, our democracy is better off from this. We are not on this earth for that much longer, and nights like this have special meanings in my heart. And when I can share it with my listeners, to my viewers, to my friends, it has helped me get through it. We are not on. We're off for the next few days. I'm gonna take some time and actually sleep. Try to, at least. I'm going to relax and actually just kick back and enjoy myself over the next few days, because the last 2.5 months have almost utterly destroyed me mentally, physically, and here we are. I leave with these parting words. You might not like the results tonight. You might not like how the vote ended up. You may not like who is your mayor, your councillor, your school board trustee. But don't rush to judgment. They are doing it for their reasons, and they're doing it for whatever reason they believe in doing it. We are in a divided country. We're in a divided province. We are in a divided city. And you have to take a moment and think to yourself, I want to leave this country better. I want to leave this city better. And I want to leave this province better. By getting on social media and complaining for the next 4 years, it doesn't change anything. So give credit and start having conversations again. Talk to people. Talk to your friends. Talk to your loved ones. Talk to people you might disagree with. Have people over when it's socially acceptable and socially distancing like we are right now. We're all vaccinated. But talk to people. I started this show to talk to people, and it has helped me through the dark times, and I hope people realize that when you talk to people, even ones that you disagree with, you are better off. So everyone here at the Cross Border Interview Podcast, thank you so much for tuning in for the last 3 hours. We will be back Monday morning, 8 o'clock, with a great episode with a musician from here in Calgary. And then we'll be live talking about the swearing-in ceremony. And then Tuesday we'll be live with the federal cabinet ministers being sworn in as well. So that's why I'm taking a week off. I'm taking a week off to just relax and just enjoy myself. Thank you so much. Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you to my family. Thank you to my friends. And thank you to everyone who has tuned in and listened to the show. I hope I can continue doing you proud for the next few months, because while I'm here on this earth and still can redo things like this, I will continue to bring you the news. Thank you so much. Have yourself an excellent day, and keep talking, guys. Let's just make sure I get this one right here. Okay.